Okay. Uh, Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Shyam Kakud here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Either type Y, give me a thumbs up, yes, yes, anything is okay. Done. Thanks a lot. Done. Let's start. Now, I hope you remember my name. This is Shyam Kakud here. I'll be handling the Indian economy part for you. Now, what is the list of the topics that we'll be covering, right? What are the references, etc.? I'll tell you. Please do not be worried about it. Now, before I start the discussion, here is a very important announcement. Till yesterday, you had polity classes in the evening session. A list has been sent to you, a feedback form has been sent to you. Please fill up this feedback form and submit it. Again, regarding the classes that have been conducted till yesterday, polity sessions, a feedback form has been sent to you. Fill in the feedback form and submit it. So let's start. I'll be handing the Indian economy part for you. Now, before I start the actual chapter, what is the syllabus that you're supposed to read and what should be your preparation strategy? Let me start with the discussion based on that. This is the trend for prelims as well as mains. To answer some of your questions, many of you are asking, sir, what is the importance of this subject in the UPSC examination? Civil services, both prelims as well as mains. Very good question. If you look at the civil services preliminary examination, this is the number of questions which have appeared in the prelims. On an average, please do not by heart everything that is there in the slide. Everything is not relevant for you. Right? So this is basically the trend where you'll see that around 15 questions on an average in the preliminary examination will come from economics. Now you'll ask me, sir, what are the areas from which the questions will come? I'll address that. Please don't worry. And in case of mains, again, there is no uniformity. Generally, you will see around 4 to 5 questions will appear. At least 4 to 5 questions will appear in the GS paper 3. If you look at the syllabus breakup, GS paper 1, 2, 3. Third paper, GS, you will see the let's say the topics which are listed from the Indian economy. And generally, you will see that around 5 questions in the UPSC mains will come from the Indian economy. This is the answer to some of your questions. Sir, why should I read this subject? It is important for prelims. It is important for mains. Now, what you should read? What is the list of the topics that you're supposed to read? This is the list of the topics. Do not by heart it. Do not start writing them down. You will get the PPT that I'm using. Don't worry about it. We will have a list of the topics. Don't worry. We'll discuss microeconomics, certain concepts. We'll discuss inflation. We'll discuss fiscal policy. We'll discuss monetary policy, industrial policy of the government. We'll discuss the international trade, such as exchange rate, the free trade agreements, etc., etc. We'll discuss on agriculture sector. This is the list of the topics, right? And again, please understand, do not by heart this list. Many of you are asking, sir, should we remember the list? Don't waste your time. Don't by heart this list. This is the topic's name. That is the name of the chapter, right? Name of the chapters that we'll be covering in the next 20 plus sessions. Now, what are the sources? This is a list. What are the sources? The sources that you're supposed to refer to are twofolds. Please remember this. This is where you should focus now. There are two very important sources that you will have to read. One, to take care of the static portion. Those who have been attending the classes, the term static will be etched in your mind now. Basically, tattooed in your mind. Static means the syllabus that does not change will remain same, uniform. The static portion, my recommendation, use only one book. Use only one book. Please remember this. Use only one book. Do not read 5 books. Do not read 10 books for static information. Reason is simple. Whether you read, again, I'll be throwing certain terms at you. Don't worry about it. We'll cover them individually. If you read about GDP in book X, they will discuss the same thing that book Y will discuss. You might read GDP in 10 books. All the 10 books will discuss the same thing. right? So this is a very important point. Use only one reference. All of you have received the books provided by Byju's Exam Prep. Use that. In addition to that, a tablet also has been issued to you. You want to use it for revision purposes, etc. Please read it. Now, this is focused on static information. Many of you are saying, sir, I am from engineering background. Sir, I am from MBBS. I am from, let's say, arts, etc. How do we take care of this economics? Right? Basically, this is one subject which is very, very concerning for me. I'm afraid of economics. First and foremost, there is this myth which is amongst the students that the subject is very difficult. I'll repeat my statement. There is a myth among the students that the subject of economics is very, very difficult. Remove that. Why? Trust me when I say this, you do not have to have a PhD to write GS paper 3. I'll repeat it again. You do not have to have a PhD degree to write GS paper 3. Meaning what? Do not try to become an expert in economics. I'm mentioning this at the forefront. I'll keep on mentioning this at every required juncture. The reason is very simple. As per the GS paper 3, or let's say GS paper in the prelims, what is required for you is basics of economics. Many of you try to do a PhD on certain concept. For example, I'll give a very simple example. Very often, you would have come across, if you're reading the newspapers, assuming you're reading the newspapers, very often you will come across a term called as WTO. If you have not come across it, don't worry, you will read it. Now, when you read about WTO in the newspaper, that is more than sufficient, plus a certain basic concepts to write answers for UPSC exams. But many of you basically say that, sir, I want to read everything about WTO. I want to read A to Z about WTO. Now, believe me when I say this, people have done PhD thesis on WTO. You want to do that? Your agenda is what? Pass UPSC examinations, right? For that, you don't have to have PhD thesis. So that's the reason. This is the first day. That's the reason I'm saying this. Do not try to become an expert in everything in economics. That is not required for the examination. If you want to become an expert in economics, very well, right? Take up, let's say, business studies. Take up, right, MBA, BBA, become a BCom graduate, join Sriram College of Commerce, go to London School of Economics. You will become an expert. But that is not required for UPSC examinations. So restrict your reading to what is required for UPSC. If you go beyond that, automatically, yes, you will feel economics is difficult, because this is one subject which is technical, and UPSC is not going to touch you or basically ask you the technical aspects of economics. Now, many of you ask me, sir, what do you mean by technical aspects of economics? How many of you know that when you read economics, let's say concepts related to economics, lot of calculations are involved? How many of you know this? Integration is required, right? Again, I'm bringing back certain, right, let's say good memories for some of you and very, very bad memories for some of you who have never understood what is integration, calculus, etc., etc. When you study about economics, calculus is required. Now, this is advice to all of you. Open any question paper, GS paper 3 for the last 10 years. Any of these paper, GS paper, economics, last 10 years. Try to see if there are any calculations asked by UPSC. I hope you understand this. Try to see if there are any calculations asked by UPSC. I will bet there will be no calculations. That is the precise reason. Do not complicate economics. Keep it always simple. Understand the basics, understand the concept, and if you are able to answer what is given in the newspaper, more than sufficient. Now have a look at this. In addition to the static information or static book, one reference book that I've told you, some of you will basically say, sir, even then, I feel economics is very, very difficult. For those kind of students, I would simply recommend 4 additional small NCERT books. Don't say, sir, 4 more books. No, 4 books, NCERT. And if you have been reading NCERT, you will realize that NCERT books are small, of course, right? History is different, don't worry about it. NCERT books are smaller, right? So 4 NCERT books, class 12th, class 11th, class 10th, and class 9th. These are 4 NCERT books if your economics is very weak. If you are going to start with economics for the first time, right, despite reading reference book, etc., right, you find it very difficult, my recommendation is start with NCERT books. These are the 4 NCERT books. This is for static information. What about dynamic? What about dynamic source of information? That is current affairs. This is very, very important. Why? This is my recommendation to all of you. We'll discuss, but this is my recommendation. Please have the habit of looking at previous year question papers. Look at previous year question papers. What you'll observe is simply this. Questions from Indian economy will be asked most probably from current affairs. Most of the questions, let's say 15 questions are asked from Indian economy. Out of 15, you will realize that around 13 to 14 questions are from current affairs. And even in these current affairs questions, let's say 3 statements are given, 2 statements are given. Maybe one of the statement has been picked up from static source, remaining it is from basically the current affairs itself. Many of you will ask me, sir, right, how do I cover current affairs? This is my recommendation, advice to all of you. Read one newspaper, any newspaper that you like. Most of the students go with Hindu. If you want to go with Hindu, please go ahead with Hindu. Right, again, this is a recommendation, this is advice. In Hindu, on day-to-day basis, around 2 to 3 articles at the most, not more than that generally. At the most, around 2 to 3 articles will come from Indian economy, that is business page. Right, read only those articles. Beyond that, don't cover anything else in the Hindu newspaper for economy. I hope you understand my statement. For economy, do not go beyond that. Certain tables are provided, don't read it. Adani group of companies has stated this, don't read it. Right, this index has happened this way, don't read it. So I hope you understand this. Around 2 to 3 articles which are needed for, let's say, preliminary focus, they'll be there in the Hindu newspaper, read it. But in addition to that, if you want to read any business newspaper, any one business newspaper, for example, many students read Business Line. Want to read it, read it. Financial Express is free of a cost. Some of you will say, sir, Business Line will cost me. You're teaching economics, so Business Line, money is associated with that. I don't want to pay. In that particular case, Financial Express newspaper is free of a cost. Register, every day you can read it. Mint newspaper is there. Business Standard newspaper is there. Right? Any other business related newspaper, if you want to refer, please refer it. This is how you basically address the issue of the dynamic aspect. That's a current affairs aspect of the Indian economy part. Right? So static part as well as the dynamic part. Done. So this is what you're supposed to do. And this is my recommendation. One more advice. I'm using the term advice. I cannot say order. If I say order, many of you will simply ask me, who are you to order us? So it is a simple advice to all of you. As far as possible, keep on revising. Keep on revising. So to address the Indian economy, I will simply give you 4 to 5 steps. 1, make very good notes. Make very good notes. Point number 1. Point number 2, update current affairs. Update the current affairs. And when I say make very good notes, the PPTs are given to you, right? The reference book is there with you, more than sufficient. Update the current affairs. Third one, revision. Simply keep on revising. Keep on revising. Now, again, I cannot give you a time frame for revision. Some of you might feel every 7 days you should revise once, left to you. Some of you will simply say once every 15 days. I can remember for 15-20 days. Then revise after 15 to 20 days. So the PPT plus the institution book, or let's say one reference book, updated current affairs, revision, regular revision. Fourth one is previous year questions, previous year question papers. And fifth, very, very important, mains answer writing practice. Mains answer writing practice. This I would simply say is very, very important. Why? For preliminary examination, you will take 8 months, 9 months to prepare preliminary examination. And what do you do in the preliminary examination? You go, you sit, you arrange your black pens nicely. If one fails, a second black pen. If the second one fails, a third black pen. And the third is also failing, I will use somebody else's black pen. You will arrange your black pens nicely, and ultimately what do? You do rounding exercise. Again, of course, using your knowledge, you do rounding like this, rangoli. But in the mains, it's altogether a different animal. Different exercise altogether. You're supposed to write, think, arrange ideas, write, and ensure your answer is as per the question being asked. For that, you will need practice. So that would be my final advice to you, right? Have mains answer writing practice. Now, some of you will ask, sir, how can I have a mains answer writing practice? Simple. Every day in the newspaper, you get editorials. I'm pretty sure you have come across the term editorials. Every day in the newspaper, you have editorials. Pick up one editorial every day, read, make one question, write in 150 words or write in 250 words. I hope you understand my point here. Every day in the newspaper, there are editorials. And out of, let's say, 4 to 5 editorials which are there in the newspaper, one will be relevant for examination. Read the editorial, right? Basically, right, make a question on that and try to address that question in 150 words or 250 words. If you do that, one paper or let's say one editorial every day, from today in the next year, you would have written answers for around 350 questions. And that, I hope you understand, is right a very good exercise for you. Very, very good exercise for you. So these are the simple recommendations or the advices that I would simply say. 5 or Panchatantras or Panchashil, whatever you want to name it, right? 5 steps that you are supposed to follow to make your examination preparation easier. Done? So NCERT books, if your fundamentals are very weak, current affairs, regularly update it, keep on revising, and one static source. Static source, NCERTs and current affairs. That should take care of the Indian economy part for you. Right? So this is the syllabus part. This is the references and how you're supposed to place or let's say, right, basically follow all these steps, right? Make a plan and start preparing accordingly. Done? Okay. Right. So with this, let me start with the first chapter today. Right. That is Introduction to Economics. Introduction to the concept of economics. What do you mean by economics? Right, etc., etc. Let's try and understand it. And this is generally the model that I'll be following. First, I will tell you what are the areas that I'm going to cover. Then we'll cover all these areas. And at the end of the chapter, we'll have a discussion on the questions, both the prelims as well as mains. So in the first chapter, what are the points I'll be covering? We'll start with the definition of economics. Again, UPSC will not ask you this, don't worry. But what is the definition? Then the concept of micro and macroeconomics. Many of you would already be heard or have heard of this particular term, micro and macro, and already be worried about it. Don't worry, we'll discuss it today. Evolution of economics. You must have heard of the concept of capitalism, socialism, mixed economy. What is the meaning of each of the term? What are the features? What are the concerns? And where does India actually fall? 4 factors of production. Law of demand, law of supply, market equilibrium, types of goods, elasticities, savings, investment and capital formation, and finally the questions which have appeared in the preliminary or let's say previous year questions. Now let's start. What is the definition of economics? Should you remember this? Should you by heart it? Not required, but let's make it simple. This is my recommendation to all of you. Try to make it always simple. Do not complicate it. Now, in case of definition of economics, thousands of definitions are there. I'll give you one definition, more than sufficient. What is economics? Economics is the study of human behavior. Economics is the study of human behavior. Study of human behavior in relation to what? It is a study of human behavior in relation to scarce means and ends. Right? So understand this carefully. Technical terms are there, we'll simplify it. What is economics? It is a study of human behavior in relation to scarce means and ends. Now let's start. All of you, let's start with an example. Imagine there is a person X. The person X would want to purchase, let's say, food. Person X would want to purchase clothes. X would want to purchase car, etc. Now, don't you think when you have this kind of a concept where person X want to purchase food, car, clothes, etc., the amount of money the person has will not be sufficient to purchase all of them? I hope you understand. I'll come to the technical terms. Don't worry. Focus on the discussion. This is generally what I find the students making a fault in. Something is there on the slide, right? Something is typed statements are there. You'll focus on that rather than discussion. Focus on the discussion. I'll tell you what is written in the slide. Focus on the discussion. Okay. Now, let's say the person X has 1 lakh rupees. I'll take a simple number. Person X has 1 lakh rupees. Do you think 1 lakh rupees is sufficient to purchase a car plus clothes plus food? Is it sufficient? Of course, no, it's not sufficient. Now, understand this. This 1 lakh rupees is nothing but it is resources. It is resources. The money that the person has is nothing but a resource. Sir, any other example of a resource? Let me give you another example. All of you will receive, let's say, either a salary or a pocket money. I'm connecting it to you people now. It should become very easy now. All of you either receive salary or you have received pocket money. One of the two things should be correct. Now you tell me, according to you people, either the salary that you have received or the pocket money that you're getting, is it sufficient? I hope you understand my statement here. Is it sufficient? For example, you receive pocket money. You want to watch movie, but your father says or your mother says, no movie, study for UPSC. Right? You want to purchase a bike. Parents say, no, study for UPSC. You are receiving a salary, but that salary is not sufficient to pay for EMI. It is not sufficient to take care of all of your requirement. You want to go to Europe. You want to go to Abu Dhabi because every day you're watching that in the IPL. You want to go to Abu Dhabi beyond the borders. But the amount of money that you have is not sufficient. Now see, understand this. The salary or the pocket money that you have is nothing but resource. The resources that we have are never sufficient. And you might ask me, sir, why they're not sufficient? Because the amount of money that we want to have is always more than what we are actually having. Because our requirements are very, very high. We want unlimited purchases. We want to keep on buying. We want to keep on purchasing. We want to keep on consuming without being worried about the money. But that is not reality. What is reality? The amount of resources we already have, what we have is not sufficient to take care of our desires, to take care of our requirements, to take care of our wants. In this situation, how do we allocate the money? How do we allocate the money? The study of that behavior is called as economics. Can I give you a very, very simple example? Just observe your parents. Just observe your parents. Or if you're a salaried person, observe yourself. What you will do is, for example, imagine you're a salaried person. On the first of the month, you will receive salary. On the first of the month, you will behave as if you're Mr. Ambani. Let me know if I'm wrong. On the first of every month, when you receive salary, right, have a look at this, you will behave as if you're Mr. Ambani. Right, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, by the way, not Mr. Anil Ambani. Right, Why? You behave as if you have unlimited amount of money. You want to have food outside? Let's go. You want to watch movie? Let's go to IMAX. You want to reach PVR, IMAX? Then let's take Ola. Not even bus. Let's take Ola. Right? You behave as if you have unlimited amount of money. But let's say 15 days are over, 20 days are over, etc. Don't you think the reality will hit you? That is, basically, you will realize that the money that you have right now is not sufficient or will not be sufficient if you continue to spend in the same way. Then what will you do? Somebody will call you up and say, let's go to IMAX. You will simply say no. Right? My friend has downloaded it through a pirate website. I will take it through pen drive. I will watch movie at home only. Somebody will say, let's order on Swiggy. Then you'll say no, neither Swiggy nor Zomato nor ONDC. I'll basically cook in the home. Right? 2 minutes, I'll cook Maggi. So what you have done now? Tell me what you have done. Has your behavior changed or not? Let me know. Has your behavior changed or not? Of course, yes. Your behavior has changed. And why the behavior has changed? Because the resources that you have are not sufficient. Right? The resources that you have are not sufficient, are never sufficient to take care of all your expenditure. That is exactly what is economics. Economics is nothing but the study of human behavior when we have scarce resources. Simple. When we have scarce resources, resources are not unlimited. Resources are always limited. Can we apply the same logic to Government of India? Or for that matter, state government? Either apply to the state government or the Government of India. Let me know now. Start answering. I want your participation. This is generally what I expect from the students. I will ask you questions. Participate. Easier to understand. Government of India. How many of you believe that Government of India has an unlimited amount of money? GOI simply means Government of India. How many of you believe that Government of India has unlimited amount of money? No. There is limited amount of money with Government of India. But don't you think Government of India has to spend this amount of money for various requirements? They will have to construct national highways. They will have to provide subsidies to you people. Right? Or for that matter, me also. Don't say, sir, why are you targeting me? So they will have to provide subsidies to us. They will have to provide for loans that they have taken in the past. Right? They will have to give loans to the states also, etc. So what is Government of India doing? Government of India will also use the scarce resources, allocate it as per the requirement. Can I call this as economics? Scarce means limited. Many of you are asking, sir, what do you mean by scarce? Scarce means limited. Right? So limited amount of resources are there. Now we will have to allocate the resources. How do we do that? That is called as economics. The study of that is called as economics. Done? So this is one definition. Thousands of definitions are there. This is called as a scarcity definition. It is the study of behavior of a person when there are scarce resources. Right? That's a definition. Now, economics is divided into two parts. One is called as microeconomics. Second one is called as macroeconomics. Right? Microeconomics and macroeconomics. Now, what is the basic difference between micro and macro? What should you study more, micro or macro? Let me start with the second question here. Macroeconomics is important for you people. Let me start with the answer to the second question only. Right? For UPSC Civil Services examination, it is macroeconomics which is relevant. Sir, what do you mean by that? We'll discuss GDP. Not today. We'll discuss GDP. Again, don't worry about long form of it. We'll discuss inflation. We'll discuss monetary policy, fiscal policy, etc. All these are part of macroeconomics. But you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by macroeconomics? Now, I'll come back to this slide. I've given a very simple representation here. Please have a look at this. I've given a very simple representation. Imagine there are certain people, okay, and there are certain houses, and there are certain companies. All of you will agree? These are generally present in the economy. Again, economy means representing a particular part. Right? For example, we'll say Indian economy. Anybody has a problem with this term? Let me know. Economics is a subject. Many of you will keep on asking me, sir, what is the difference between the term economy and economics? Economics is a subject. That is what you are studying. Economy refers to particular area, particular territory. For example, we will say Indian economy. Tell me, when you say Indian economy, are you not talking about what is happening in India or not? I hope you understand. When you say Indian economy, are you not focused on what is happening in India? For example, they will say Indian economy is growing fast. Indian economy is growing slow. Indian economy has ensured growth in the last 2 years. You're talking about only Indian territory, right? I hope you understand. Now, is it okay if I say in the economy, people are there, people are living in the homes or houses, and there are also companies. There are also companies. In fact, please remember this. It's a basic idea. I'll write it on the side here. Whenever you talk about economy, generally who are present in the economy, we divide them into 3 groups. I'll repeat it again. Whenever you talk about economy, who is present in the economy, we divide them into 3 groups. One is called government. Second one is called as households. Second one is referred to as households. And the third one is called as firms or companies. I will repeat the concept here again. Please understand the logic here. Whenever you talk about economy, whoever is present in the economy, we divide them into 3 groups. One is called government. Second one is called as houses or households. And the third one is called as firms or companies. Now, anybody, right? Think of this. Anybody can tell me, did we leave anything out of the Indian economy? Right? Imagine Indian economy. Tell me if you can, right, find out, right, if you can point out, did we leave out anything from the Indian economy? Right? And some of the books will say RBI. Right? I hope you understand. Some of the books will say RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India is part of government itself. It is part of government. Right? Somebody says foreign policy. My dear, foreign policy outside India, right? Foreign policy is associated with outside India. What we are supposed to do with the rest of the world. I'm saying, in case of India, did we exclude anyone? When I say government, households and firms, did we exclude anyone? Somebody says judiciary. My dear, judiciary, right, please understand, is counted as a part of government. And moreover, you're talking about economics. Do not try to find out problems in this. You're talking about economics. Judiciary, economics, 2 different things. Agriculture, my dear, agriculture is counted as a part of production done by the companies or firms. Right? So again, don't try to find, nothing has been left out. Many of you try to find out something else. Try to prove that faculty is wrong. No, nothing is left out. This is generally what we count. Government plus households, firms or companies. Now come to this side. That is exactly what I'm trying to show here. Right? So people are there. People are living in the homes or houses, and here are certain companies. Now, whenever you talk about microeconomics, and this is just to make it simple, whenever you talk about microeconomics, you will focus on one of the components in the economy. I will repeat it again. Whenever you use the term microeconomics, will not be covering whole economy. No, my dear. You'll focus on, let's say, company. You'll focus on one house. You'll focus on one producer, etc. That's the reason what is the representation I've used for microeconomics? Magnifying glass. I hope you understand. I've used the representation of magnifying glass. Using magnifying glass, can I simply say, either I can focus only on companies, I will look at a detail of a company, or I will look at a detail of a particular house. But look at the second example that I've given here, macroeconomics. Right, look at the second example, macroeconomics. When you focus or when you talk about macroeconomics, what is the symbol I'm using here? Right, what is the symbol? I'm using a symbol using which, right, goggles for that matter, using which you can have a look at all of these components at once. Right, so binoculars, okay, black color binoculars. Using binoculars, can I simply say I can look at the people who are present in the country, right? Just an example. Can I look at the companies at the same point of time? Can I look at the households also at the same point of time? So have a look at the concept here. Micro means you're focused on individual components in the economy. Whereas a macro means you're not focused on individuals, you're focused on aggregates. I will write the terms here. Aggregate. What do you mean by aggregate? Aggregate simply means total. Aggregate simply means total. Micro, individual. Micro is nothing but individual units, and macro is the aggregates or total. For example, let me ask you a very simple question. Tell me, I'll give you a statement, you tell me, is it part of micro or macro? Adani company has produced 100 units. Simple question, right? I hope you understand this. Adani company has produced 100 units. Is it micro or macro? It is micro. It is a micro. Most of you have said micro, but some of you in between are saying macro. Is there any doubt regarding this? A couple of you are saying macro. How, my dear? Adani company, is it, am I talking about one company or am I talking about all the companies in India? I hope you understand this. I'm talking about only one company. It's a micro, individual company, individual houses, etc. On the other side, I'll give you one more example. The total number of goods that were produced in India are worth 100 crore rupees. Look at the second example. The total goods that were produced in India are worth 100 crore rupees. Am I not focused on the overall economy here? I hope you understand. Am I focused on the aggregates or not? Am I focused on the totals or not? So whenever you talk about macro, you're focused on the total, the whole economy. Whereas when you talk about micro, you're not focused on the whole economy. You're focused on individual companies. You're focused on individual houses, right? Individual consumers, etc. So one is micro, second one is macro. Anybody has a problem with the distinction between micro and macro? Let me know right now. Right? Anybody has a problem? I've given an example also. Macro, you will talk about national income, GDP. National income is nothing but concept related to GDP. We'll discuss this in detail later. Please don't worry. Total employment in India, right, etc. Whereas a micro, right, deals with individual companies, individual consumers, right, etc. That is what is generally studied under micro. Now, in the context of UPSC examination, I'll just show you the syllabus now. I'll go back to the syllabus slide. Please have a look at the syllabus slide and let me know, are the topics related to micro or macro? At least now look at the syllabus. Are the topics given here are related to microeconomics or macroeconomics? And trust me, you can open up even GS paper 3 syllabus just to test me. Open up the GS paper 3 syllabus, you will see macroeconomic concepts, investment models, the banking sector in India, the total production of goods and services, industrial policies, the taxation policy of the government, etc. Right? So focus of UPSC examination is macroeconomics. Now, is micro anywhere relevant? Macro you will read it, don't worry. But is microeconomics anywhere relevant for UPSC examination? Answer is yes. Where? In the preliminary examination, in the prelims examination, generally once every 2 years, one question is asked. And that's very, very simple, by the way. I'll repeat my statement. Focus should be on macroeconomics, but that doesn't mean that you should ignore microeconomics. No. Microeconomics, one question will appear in the preliminary examination. Again, there is no guarantee. Again, I'm only saying that. There is no guarantee, but generally we'll see one question based on concept of supply, based on the concept of a demand, based on the concept of elasticity, etc. In the preliminary examination, one question is asked. So for that, whatever topics are relevant, that is very important term for you. Whatever topics are relevant within microeconomics, we'll have a look at it. And again, please understand my statement here. Do not try to do PhD on microeconomics. Trust me when I say this. Do not try to read all these concepts that I'm going to discuss in microeconomics. Do not try to read everything in detail. Why? Trust me, and I know some of you are from economics background, you will realize that these topics are not that easier when you start reading technicalities. Right? For example, I'll discuss concept of law of demand. Some of you will open up, let's say, certain larger books which are only relevant for optional papers. Try to read law of supply, law of demand from that book. The moment you look at multiple graphs which are given, calculations associated with those graphs, etc., you will feel afraid of economics. Don't be, because that is not required for GS paper. So let's focus on certain important microeconomic concepts relevant for UPSC examination. Let's start. 4 factors of production. FOP, 4 factors of production. As usual, I'll be taking certain examples. Let's start here. Can you see a bottle in my hand? This question goes to all of you. Can you see a bottle in my hand? Right, very nice bottle. Now tell me, you are a manufacturer, right? You want to manufacture this particular bottle. Will you require certain inputs or not? First question, right? You want to manufacture this bottle. Will you require inputs? Of course, yes. What kind of inputs? One, you will require certain steel. Is it okay? You will require certain steel. Second, you will require a machine. All of you will agree? You will require machine. Third, you will require employees. You will require manpower, employees, labor. And the fourth, don't forget this. Do not forget this. Fourth one, you require owner of a company. Yes or no? You would require owner of a company. Owner means what? The person who has actually started the business. Don't you want to have an owner? Without owner, who will purchase machine? Without owner, who will pay salaries to the employees? So owner of the company is also required, right? Rather than using the term owner, technically they will use the term entrepreneur. Is the logic okay? Rather than using the term owner, I will replace that term with entrepreneur. Many of you must have heard of this. When you have gone to family functions, etc., right? Your parents or let's say your relatives will keep on asking you, what do? You will say, sir or madam or auntie, uncle, etc. I'm preparing for UPSC examination. And they will ask your cousin, what do you do? And your cousin says, I'm a startup entrepreneur. I hope you understand. I am an entrepreneur, he will simply say. I've started a new company, right, to manufacture that, this, etc. So entrepreneur means the one who has invested, who has spent money, who has taken the risk and started a business. Right now, you can have multiple raw materials. Don't worry. Many of you are saying, sir, you have not written electricity. Don't worry. That I will tell you where to write. So I will say, sir, you have not written plastic. Don't worry. But it is an input. All of you will agree. So have a look at this. Whatever inputs are required, I repeat, whatever inputs are required to manufacture a product, these are called as factors of production. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Whatever inputs are required to manufacture, to produce, these are called as factors. Factors are nothing but inputs. inputs which are required for production. And I've written the definition of this in the first line here itself. FOP is nothing but factors of production. Factors of production refers to the different inputs which are required, which are necessary for producing and supplying a good in the economy. Now, many of you are reminding me, sir, you have written everything, but you have not written an important point, money. I'll address that question now. Right? You have written everything. You have written you have written steel, you have written machine, you have written employees, you have written owner, etc. But you have not written money here. My dear, you tell me. All of you can see 100 rupees in my hand. Can everybody see 100 rupees in my hand here? This is money. Of course, this is money. Now tell me, can you use the 100 rupees to produce the bottle directly? Let me know. Simple question to all of you. Can you use this 100 rupee? Can you melt it? Can you put it under fire? Can you put it in water so that it will become this bottle? Of course, no. What you need to do is, money should be used to purchase raw material. Money will be used to purchase, right, let's say steel. Money will be used to purchase a machine. Money will be used to pay for employees. That is exactly what I've written here. I hope you understand this. Right? So money as such, please understand, many of the students get confused here. Money is required, yes, but money cannot directly get converted into a bottle. You'll have to use money for raw materials. You'll have to use money for purchasing machines. You'll have to use money to pay for labors, etc. They will use all of them and convert this into a product. Is the logic okay with all of you? Anybody has a problem? Please do let me know. Don't worry, please do let me know. So what are the inputs what are required? The inputs that are required to produce and supply a product in the market, these are called as factors. Right? These are called as factors. And next point is important here. There are 4 factors. Traditionally in the economics, there are 4 factors. Right? Many of you will simply say, sir, where does plastic fall? Where does land fall? Where does this fall? Where does that fall? I will address it. Have patience. Traditionally in the economics, there are 4 factors of production. What are the 4 factors of production? 1, which is naturally available. I'll repeat it. Which is naturally available. For example, here, you tell me, right? Don't you think steel is available in nature? Of course, I know steel directly will not get. You will have ore first. You will get ore. You will convert that into iron. Then you will convert that into steel. But is it okay if I say steel is obtained from land? Let me know. Steel is obtained from the land. And second, have a look at this. This is naturally available. Is the logic okay? This is naturally available. Second, something that is manufactured by us. Something that is man-made. Can I write machine as man-made? Let me know. Can I write machine as a man-made product here? Some of you are saying, sir, plastic. Tell me, plastic, is it man-made or naturally available? I hope you can understand it. Right? Some of you will say, sir, right, that is available, that is required, this is required. Either it should be available naturally or it should be man-made. You classify it as per the requirement. So one factor is what? Which is naturally available. Second one, which is man-made. And the third one, employees. Third one is employees. And the fourth one, the person who will put together all the above 3. I will repeat it again. Understand the logic. It's simple. Simplify it. One, which is naturally available to us. You can say, let's say, right, iron, naturally available. Various minerals, naturally available. Then there is a machine, which is, right, again, I've written the term machine here. Technically, this is called as capital. Technically, this is called as capital. Right? What is the meaning of the term capital? Anything that is man-made, any asset that is man-made is called as capital. Third one is employees. fourth one is the entrepreneur, the owner of the company. So have a look at the classification now. I'll start using technical terms. Whatever inputs are there, we'll call these inputs as factors of production. And how many factors of production are there? There are 4 factors of production. What are the 4 factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Any difficulty? Let me know right now. Land, labor, right, capital, and entrepreneurship. Land represents what? Anything that is naturally available to you, that is a land. Second one, right, then labor, that is workers who will be used to manufacture a product. Third one is capital. Capital represents what? Any assets which are created by man. For example, manufacturing facility. I hope you understand. Manufacturing facility created by us or not? Or is it created by nature? Right? For example, you will see, right, malls. You will see manufacturing facilities. You will see, right, let's say any buildings. Is it not created by us? Right? So created by man, that is assets which are created by us, capital. And finally, all the 3 are put together by one person, entrepreneur. Right? The entrepreneur is the one who has started the business, who has invested money, who has taken the risk. That is entrepreneurship. These are called as 4 factors of production. Right? So this is a basic idea of factors of production. Now, why is this required? Any relevance for UPSC examination? This is the relevance. Whenever you talk about factors of production, this is where it will get slightly technical. Focus on the discussion first. Focus on the discussion. Right? There is a technicality here. Whenever you talk about any of the factor of production, there are 2 things that you will have to remember. Here is a company. Start now. Here is a company. And here is a supplier or provider of a factor of production. Supplier or provider of a factor of production. Let me start with a very simple example. Very, very simple example. Imagine you are a manufacturer. You have a company. Okay? I hope you understand. You have a company. And I am going to provide or sell, right, a machine to you. Now, is the logic okay? Follow the discussion here. Is the logic okay if I say, I will sell the machine, you will pay money to me? Any problem here? I will sell the machine to you, you will pay money to me. Now, can I say that money that you have paid to me is your expenditure? Think of this. Can I say, right, let's say you have paid 100 rupees to me. That 100 rupee for the company is expenditure. Can I also call it as cost? Can I also call it as cost? Expenditure or cost. On the other hand, I hope you understand. On the other hand, I have sold the machine to you. I have received 100 rupees. Can I call it as income? Can I call it as income? Income, revenue, different terms are there. You don't complicate it. Keep it simple. Which means the same 100 rupee is an expenditure for you, cost for you, but that 100 rupee is an income for me. Can I give you one more example? Second example. Imagine there is a company XYZ. Okay? Imagine there is a company XYZ, or else Y company. Let's take your example. Let's say all of you become IS officers, and that is my wish. Let's say all of you become IS officers. Now you will work for Government of India. At the end of the month, Government of India will pay salary to you. Instead of XYZ, I will write it as Government of India. At the end of the month, they will pay salary to you. Let's say, I'll take an arbitrary number here. Let's say the salary is 1.5 lakh rupees. Now tell me, is it okay if I say that 1.5 lakh rupees salary is your income? Same 1.5 lakh rupees is expenditure incurred by the government. Any difficulty in understanding this? Whatever the exact salary, don't worry. And many of you will simply say, sir, right? Who is going to become IS officer for salary? Don't worry about it. So argument is simple here. Money will flow, right? For providing services, money will flow. And this money that I'm talking about, for one of the parties, it is expenditure. For the service provider, it becomes income. And technically, right, look at this term. Technically, these are called as factor cost. These are called as a factor cost and a factor incomes. Any difficulty in understanding this? Factor cost and factor incomes. For example, in the first case, I sold a machine to you. You paid 100 rupees to me. I'll use statements here. Let me know if you're confused. 100 rupees is a factor cost for you. 100 rupees is a factor income for me. I'll repeat it. 100 rupee is a factor cost for the company. 100 rupee is a factor income for me. Can I go to the second example here? Can I go to the second example? In the second example, you had become IS officers. Government of India paid you salary of 1.5 lakh rupees. Now, can I simply say that 1.5 lakh rupees is a factor cost for the government, factor income for you? I hope you understand what is the concept of a factor cost and a factor income. Right? Service providers will be there, and for any services that you provide, you will receive money. And because you receive money, I'll call this as a factor income. And because the company will pay, it is called as a factor cost. Now, for every factors of production, there is a particular name. Remember this. For land, the land is one of the factors of production. Whatever money is paid by the company for land, that is called as rent. Whatever money is paid by the company, that is technically called as rent. And whatever land, again, land means what? Anything that is naturally available. Right? Have a look at this. Right? Whatever is naturally available, whatever is provided to the company, you will receive income for that. That is again called as rent. For labor, it is very easy. Wages. Labor, that's straightforward. Wages. For capital, the technical term used is interest. I'll repeat it. For capital, the technical term used is interest. Again, make it simple. Interest means what? You have invested certain amount of money. You have, let's say, borrowed certain amount of money to purchase machine. So you will pay interest on it. It will become your expenditure. But for the person who has given the loan to you, for them, it becomes interest. Right? So interest on capital is the expenditure, factor cost for the company, factor income for the service provider. And finally, entrepreneurship, the owner of the company. People get confused here, but this is very, very simple. Let me ask you a very simple question. You start a company. The profits of the company should go to whom? I'm asking a question. Participate now. You start a company and the company earns a profit. So the profits of the company should go to whom? Owner of the company. Entrepreneur is the owner of the company. So can I simply say profits of the company will belong to the owner of the company? Is the logic okay? The profits of the company will go to whom? The owner, entrepreneur. So the earning, or let's say the income earned by the entrepreneur, is basically the profit of the company. Any difficulty in understanding these four? Let me know. Any difficulty in understanding these four? Land, factor cost, factor income is rent. Right? Second one is labor. Wages paid by the company, factor cost. Wages received by the employee, employee, it is called as factor income. You invested in a particular machine, right? Let's say you have taken the loan, you'll have to pay interest on it. So the payment of interest that you do is a factor cost, expenditure for the company, And factor income, the person who has given the loan to you is the income for them. And entrepreneur, owner of the company, profits of the company belong to the owner of the company. That is the factor income for the entrepreneur. Right? Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? Right? So understand the logic here. Let me simplify this. Let me simplify this. You want to manufacture the bottle. Understand the logic here, my dear. Understand the logic. You want to manufacture the bottle and sell it in the market. Tell me, any profit on the bottle will go to whom? I hope you understand. Any profit on the bottle will go to whom? It will go to you. Who are you, by the way? You are the entrepreneur. You are the owner. Now, is the logic okay? Entrepreneur will get the profit. Any difficulty? Entrepreneur will get the profit. Point number 2. Imagine you have paid 10 rupees for labor. Right? 10 rupees for the labor to manufacture the bottle. And you paid, let's say, another 20 rupees for the machine, that is capital. And 30 rupees for, let's say, certain other raw materials. And you want to earn profit of 40 rupees. Now you tell me, at what price will you sell this bottle for? I'll repeat it again. You pay 10 rupees for the labor, 20 rupees, right, that you have paid for machine, 30 rupees for other raw material, and you want to earn a profit of 40. At what price will you sell the bottle at? And I'm actually surprised some of you are making mistake here. I'm actually surprised, by the way. You will sell the bottle at 100 rupees, my dear. Some of you are saying 90 rupees, some of you are saying 40, some of you are saying 80. What is your calculation? You tell me. What is your calculation? You have paid 10 rupees for the labor. Should you include this in the selling price or not? You have paid 20 rupees for the machine. Will you include this in the selling price or not? You have paid 30 rupees, let's say, for certain raw materials. Will you include it or not? And upon all of this, right, you want to make a profit of 40 rupees. So at what price will you sell? You will sell it in the market at 100 rupees. You will have to sell it in the market at 100 rupees. If somebody says, sir, I will sell it at less than 100 rupee, you prove to me how is that possible. You tell me how is that possible. If you sell it at less than 100 rupee, one of the possibilities is simple. You are not going to earn a profit of 40. Some will simply say, sir, no, I will sell it at 90 rupees. Can you, right, simply not pay any wages to labor? Think of this. I'm working for you. I've manufactured the bottle. You will simply say, sir, imagine you have done charity. I will not pay any wages to you. Is that possible? No. You have already paid 30 rupees for raw materials. You have already, right, paid 20 rupees for machines. What is the possibility then? Only possibility is your profit will not be 40, your profit will be less than 40 rupees. But I hope you understand the logic here. Logic is simple. Do not complicate it by including tax. Some of you are including taxes here. I will tell you how taxes will be calculated. This is the first class. I hope you understand. This is first class. Have patience. Right? So basically what you have done, you have included the cost that you have incurred on 4 factors of production, and you have calculated the market price, or let's say the selling price, by including all of them. Any problem with this? Any problem with this? Let me know. If you want to incur a loss, my dear, sir, what will happen if I incur loss? It simply means you have manufactured at 100, you have incurred a cost of 100 rupee, or let's say 10 rupee, 20 rupee, 30 rupee, 60 rupees, but rather than including profit of 40 rupees, you will sell it at 50 rupees in the market. Think of this, right? You have paid 10 rupee for the labor, you have paid 20 rupee for the machine, you have paid 30 rupees for raw material, totally 60. But you will take it to the market, sell it at 50 rupees. Is it not a loss? Of course it's a loss. That 10 rupee you'll have to pay out of your pocket. I hope you understand that. Okay, so this is basically the concept of factor cost, factor income. And why this is relevant? Tomorrow and day after tomorrow we'll discuss a concept called as GDP. You will have to remember this. The only reason I'm discussing so much in detail is tomorrow at the end of the class and day after tomorrow, we'll have a discussion on a concept called as GDP. To understand the concept of GDP, you will have to remember factors of production. Idea of factors of production is relevant in calculation of GDP. Done? So factors of production, right? Factor income, factor, right? Let's say cost. Now let me go to the next concept here. The idea of capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. Right? The idea of capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. Now, I've given a table here. I've given a summation of what I'll discuss in the next half an hour in the form of table. Let me take up all the three individually and have a discussion on all the three. But before that, I will give you examples. When I discuss the features, please look at, right, the name of the country, you will automatically relate to it. For example, mixed economy. The best example for mixed economy is India. I will repeat it. The best example for mixed economy is India. From 1948, first policy we announced, we have said India is a mixed economy. A very close country, again we do not have truly socialistic country, right, but very close to socialism, right? Cuba, earlier Cuba, not now, earlier, right? Or for that matter, let's say the countries such as Venezuela, right? Very, very close to socialism, or Soviet Union for that matter, right? Earlier Soviet Union. Capitalism, right? Again, not completely capitalistic, but very, very close. The idea of, right, let's say USA. Again, not completely capitalistic, very close to capitalism. If I write it, generally this is how they represent. If I write a mixed economy in the middle, right, I'll start using the short forms here. ME is a mixed economy. Socialism, I'll write SOC, and capitalism, I'll write CAP. Right, if I write mixed economy, right, socialism, capitalism on one side, generally USA will come somewhere in the middle here, and right, let's say earlier Cuba, Venezuela will come here, right? India is very, very close to the idea of, right, the mixed economy. This is basically the idea of the capitalism, socialism, and right, the mixed economy examples. Now let's try and understand what do you mean by capitalism. Let's start here. Now, whenever you talk about economy, right, understand the logic here. Whenever you talk about economy, there are certain questions to be answered. There are certain things that you need to understand. That is, let's say in the economy, this bottle has to be produced. I'll repeat it again. Let's say in the economy, right, this bottle has to be produced. But first and foremost, don't you think one question that needs to be answered is, what products to be manufactured? What product to be manufactured? Don't you think this is very, very important? Let me know. Do you agree or not? What product should be manufactured? Manufactured means produced. Right? Don't you think that's a very, very important question? Because the resources are available. Right, sir? Why? Why this question should be answered? To manufacture the bottle, you'll require steel. Simple example, steel. The steel can be used to manufacture the bottle. Steel can be used to manufacture a tanker, a battle tanker, right? And the steel as a resource is very limited. So first question is, what product to be manufactured? Who is going to manufacture it? That is the second question. Who will manufacture the product? Who will produce the good? First is what will be produced. Second one is who will produce it. And the third one is, right, where it will be sold. Where and what price it will be sold. At what price the product will be sold. Now let me know if you have a difficulty in understanding this. First is, what is supposed to be produced. Second one is, who will produce it. And the third one, where it will be sold and at what price it will be sold. Now look at the argument here. If the answer to all these questions, if the answer to all of these questions is private sector. Any difficulty in understanding the term private sector? Right, on one side we have government and on the other hand we have private sector. If the answer to all these three questions is private sector, then this model is called as capitalism. I'll repeat it again. What is the meaning of capitalism? In capitalism, private sector will decide what to produce, how much to produce, at what price to sell, where to sell. It is the private sector that will determine it. But on the other hand, if the answer to all these questions is the government will decide what to produce, government will decide how much to produce, at what prices to be sold, and government will decide I will only produce. If the answer to all these questions is the government, then this is basically socialism. Any difficulty here, please do let me know. Right, if the answer to all the questions is private sector, capitalism. If answer to all these questions is government, socialism. Now take example of India. Think of this. This is how you understand. Take the example of India. How many of you are under the impression that everything in India is produced by the private sector? Let me know. Is there anyone who says here, every product, every good or a service that is produced in India, everything is produced by the private sector? Absolutely no. I'll connect it to current affairs. Nuclear energy. Have you heard of the term nuclear energy? Nuclear energy. In case of India, anything to do with atomic energy, only government of India shall decide on it. I will repeat the statement here. Remember this. In case of India, anything to do with atomic energy, only government of India will decide it. For example, should we set up reactor plants, nuclear reactor plants, where we are supposed to set it up, right? Whether we are going to construct with our own technology, we are going to bring, right, technology from outside India, what raw material to use, who will import it, from where we will import it, what we will do with this raw materials, etc. So the atomic energy, anything to do with atomic energy, it is the government of India. Let me give you another example at the same point of time. All of you heard of civil aviation market? Civil aviation market. Have you heard of the civil aviation? Aeroplanes. Simple. Civil aviation means aeroplanes. SpiceJet, Indigo, Go Air, etc. Some of you say, sir, I've never heard of civil aviation. My dear, my recommendation to you people in that case is, you are not reading newspapers. What you basically are proving is, you are not reading newspapers. Why? Sir, how can you say I am not reading newspaper? If you have read the newspaper, the term civil aviation in the last 1 week has appeared at least 100 times. Can I tell you the context? Go Air. Go Air. Was it there in the newspapers or not? I hope you understand, right? It simply means you are not even reading newspapers then. So have a look at my statement here. In case of civil aviation market, is the government of India operating any aeroplanes? Think of this and answer to me. In civil aviation market, is government of India running any of these aeroplanes? Is it operating any of the aeroplanes? Of course, no. Until couple of years ago, government had Air India. But even that has been sold by the government to a private sector. So in civil aviation market, civil aviation, some of you are saying Air Force. My dear, I'm talking about economics. You're talking about, right, security. Can you go into Air Force station, book a ticket? Some are saying, but sir, Air Force is controlled by the government, right? Military, Air Force is there. My dear, look at the term civil. Can you understand the difference between military and civil or not? Right? So please be very careful whatever answers you write. Civil means which is available to all of us. Now just try this. Again, highly dangerous. Right after the class is over, take your car, take your bike, go to Air Force station and simply go through the, right, let's say, gate. And if somebody catches you, say that I want to book a ticket. I want to fly in MiG-27. right? Or Sukhoi for that matter. No, please understand the logic here. Civil aviation. In case of civil aviation, private sector is present, government is not present. So on one side, you are having one sector where only government of India will decide everything. On the other hand, you also have one more area where government is not present. Private sector is deciding how many planes they are going to fly, right? How many flights they want to take, how many passengers they want to carry, etc. And I'll give you third example here, right? Think of this, telecom sector. Telecom sector, right? Phones, simply nothing but telecom is nothing but phones. In telecom sector, can I simply say both are present? That is, government is present as well as private sector is also present. Now have a look at the examples here. Please have a look at the examples. This is how you understand. Make it simple. In case of India, only government is not going to produce. Private sector is also present. So when government is also present, private sector is also present, what do we call it as? Mixed economy. Is it okay? I hope you understand this. Both government is also answering these questions. Private sector is also answered to the questions. That is mixed economy. Whereas in case of socialism, government will decide what to produce. Government will decide how many goods to be produced. Can I give you an example? If it is a socialistic economy, socialistic pattern, can the government decide? Simple question to all of you, think of this. Can government of India or government of any country for that matter, if they follow socialism, can they decide not to produce alcohol? Again, assume it is socialism. Assume it is a socialistic economy. Can the government in that country decide not to produce alcohol? Of course, yes, they can do that. Because who has the power? Who has the power in socialism? The government has the power. Right? The argument could be very simple. Government will simply say, people are simply spending money on alcohol. It is causing lot of deaths. It is destroying families. Looking at all these factors, government will simply say, because I have the power, I will simply ban the production of alcohol. But that kind of a approach is followed in socialism, where only government will do everything. In case of India, government is also providing goods and services. Private sector is also providing goods and services. That is a mixed economy. And finally, what about let's say capitalism? In capitalism, the idea of capitalism was given by Adam Smith. Right? The concept of capitalism was given by Adam Smith. What do you observe in the capitalism? Government will not be present. Private sector will do everything. Private sector will decide what to produce. Right? Private sector will decide how much to produce. Private sector will decide at what price to sell. Private sector will decide where to sell. Everything, right? Everything is decided by the private sector. So one is capitalism, second one is socialism, and the third one, right? The third one is basically mixed economy. Now, what are the features of capitalism? Private ownership is allowed. Let me know if you disagree, you have a doubt in any one of them, please do let me know. In capitalism, private ownership of factors of production is allowed. Right? Can private people invest in the market? Can they set up manufacturing facility? Yes. Can private sector produce goods? Can they own land? Can they own resources? Yes, it is allowed. Okay. Freedom to produce, sell and purchase. Freedom to produce, sell as well as purchase. In capitalism, right, for example, in case of Indian economy, right, don't you think you have a freedom to purchase anything that is available in the market? I hope you understand this. Right, so that is a freedom to produce, sell and purchase. Role of the government is very much minimal. Why? Private sector has all the solutions. Private sector will produce, private sector will sell, private sector will decide what is the price. And what is the motive in case of capitalism? It is profits. Profit motive is very, very important. That is the only objective why capitalism will function this way. Now, what are the merits? What are the advantages of model of capitalism? Intervention of the government is very minimal. Private sector is doing everything. And why this is a merit? Think of this and answer to me. Between government and private sector, who do you think can use the resources more efficiently? I hope you understand my point here. Between government and private sector, who can utilize the resources much more efficiently? You already know the answer, right? Efficient utilization of the resources. Market becomes very much efficient. Supply, demand, all these forces are there, right? So why this becomes very efficient? Let me give you a scenario. You're producing this bottle. You're spending money. You're producing this bottle. If there is no demand for the bottle, will you produce it? Think of this. You're spending money and producing this bottle. You're a private sector company, by the way. If there is no demand for this bottle, will you produce it? No. And you're producing 100 goods. Demand is 200 goods. Will you not increase your production? Of course, yes. So argument is simple here. Supply and demand forces are there, right? That makes market much more efficient, right? Consumer will be given prominence. Investment in research and development will be made. New technology will be introduced, etc. And all of this will lead to growth. Growth means more and more production in the economy. This is the model, advantages associated with the model of capitalism. What are the concerns? What are the issues or concerns? First and foremost, if there are rich people who are investing, they will get the profits. What about the poor people? Think of this. If there are people who are investing, they will get the profits, they will become more rich. What will happen to poor people? Can I say there will be huge concentration of wealth in such an economy? I hope you understand. There will be huge concentration of wealth. People who have huge number of assets, they will keep on accumulating more and more assets. What about poor people? Poor people will continue to remain poor people. Okay? Income inequality will be present. Certain people will be earning very high amount of income. Certain people who are earning 10 rupees, 100 rupees, 200 rupees per day. Income inequality. Now let me know, right? Is there any doubt between what is wealth and what is income? Wealth refers to assets. Wealth refers to assets. Income is how much salary you are getting. For example, I'll give a simple example. Do not by heart it, do not write it in the exam. Mr. Mukesh Ambani. I'll take a straightforward example again, not to insult anyone, not to do anything, just to make it understandable for you. Mr. Mukesh Ambani, does he have assets or not? Sir, what do you mean by assets? Home, car, gold, etc. IPL team, etc. Is it not an asset? Of course, yes. In addition to this, his income is very high or not? Think of this. His income is very high or not? Of course, yes. So in capitalism, the wealth inequality will be present. Income inequality will also be present. Okay, so first and second issue. Third one, because this is capitalism, certain goods which are harmful will also be produced. Example of this, what about alcohol? Is alcohol harmful or not? Again, you may disagree, but health-wise, yes, it is harmful. Or for that matter, tobacco products? Tobacco products, of course, yes, both are harmful. But because we follow a concept of capitalism, private sector will decide what we are supposed to produce. You will end up producing even the harmful products and sell it. Okay? Class conflict. What do you mean by class conflict here? Rich class, middle class, and lower class. I hope you understand. Poor class, middle class, and rich class. Is there a continuous conflict between all of them or not? For example, rich class people, right, they will put their students, or let's say children, in a very good school. Right? Don't you think when certain students from lower income are, right, basically given admission there, conflicts will arise. Or let's say entry into certain places, getting access to certain services in the economy. Will there be a conflict between rich people, middle class, as well as lower income class or not? Of course, yes. There will be continuous conflicts in the economy. And there is a concept called as business cycle. I'll cover it later, not now. Please have a look at this. Because of capitalism, there will be a business cycle event, right? And I'll discuss this day after tomorrow, not now, right? I'll discuss this day after tomorrow. I've written it, will be discussed under national income. So have patience. So these are some of the issues related to capitalism. Now, what about socialism? What about socialism? In case of socialism, all the resources will be owned by the government, production will be done by the government, sales will be done by the government, what will be produced will be decided by the government. Private sector is not allowed. Central planning is done. That is, the government will decide everything for the economy. Right? That is called as centralized planning or central planning. The objective under the socialism is social benefit. Right? For example, I told you an example also. In socialism or a country which follows socialism, can they ban alcohol production? Of course, yes. And what is the argument provided by the government there? To provide social benefit. And think of this. If government of India will decide, private sector will not be given any power now, everything will be done by the government. Don't you think one of the argument that the government will provide is, private sector, people who are already rich, they will become more rich. So what I will do? I will take away their wealth, I will distribute it amongst the people. Welfareist maximization. I hope you understand. Social welfare. Right? So maximization of the social benefit is the objective. Understand the difference here. Capitalism, profit is the objective. Socialism, social benefit is the objective. Welfare is the objective. And what is one of the features of socialism? Competition is not present. Right? Government will decide, government will produce. Now you tell me, if government of India follows socialism, I repeat, if government of India follows a socialism, will they set up more companies to manufacture this bottle? I hope you understand. Will the government set up 5 different companies, all of them manufacturing the bottle? No, they'll set up only one company. So I hope you understand the logic here. There is absence of competition. So what are the advantages of socialism? Reduction in inequalities. Wealth inequality will not be present in socialism. Why? Everything is invested by the government. Production is done by the government companies. So wealth inequality, how does it exist? Second, allocation of resources based on the needs of the people. Because government wants to maximize social welfare, whatever is produced, the resources utilization will be as per the requirement of the people. And the third one, promotion of social welfare will be one of the advantages. But having said so, there are certain demerits. Right? What are the demerits? First one, red tapeism and bureaucracy. Right? Again, right? Many of you will become bureaucrats. Understand the logic here. What do you mean by red tapeism? Right? Many of you are asking, sir, what is the meaning of red tapeism? The rules or regulations or the guidelines that are installed, that are made by the government, but unnecessary, they will cause a lot of delays. Right? They will simply slow down the whole process. Let me give a very simple example. Right? Have a look at this. Imagine this situation. Imagine India follows a socialism. Under socialism, government would simply say, I will provide you certain welfare, but to provide that welfare, that is, let's say, certain amount of money, you will have to go to a government officer, show the documents to the government officer. If the government officer will, right, verify you, only then I will transfer the benefit to you. Now you tell me, will the government officials, right, be very honest in this situation? Think of this. Will they readily accept your application and approve the application? Don't you think they will delay the whole process, right? Either because they are corrupt, or they want, right, they will slow down the process because of lack in the documentation, or all the documents that you have provided are not up to date, etc. So understand the logic here. Government has set up a process, but this process itself is delaying everything. That is called as red tapeism. That is a basic idea of red tapeism. Okay, so red tapeism and bureaucracy is a problem in socialism. Absence of incentives for the government owned entities. For example, I told you, imagine government follows, that is in India we follow socialism. This bottle has to be manufactured, government will set up one company. Now you tell me, if only one company is manufacturing this bottle, there is no competition for it, will the company be very efficient? Think of this. I'll repeat the statement again. Government has set up one company. This company is manufacturing the bottle, there is no competitor to it. Will the company be very efficient? Of course no. Can I connect it to a current affairs example? Please ask your parents how easy it was to get BSNL collection 20 years ago. I hope you understand, right? Please ask your parents how easy it was to get a BSNL telephone landline connection from BSNL 2 decades ago. And today you see, where is BSNL? Right? BSNL is struggling actually to remain in the market. Right? So absence of incentives, only one company is there, no competition. Why will they become efficient? They will become more and more inefficient. Limited freedom of choice. That is, for example, imagine there is a socialistic economy. You have earned a certain salary. You want to purchase liquor. You want to purchase alcohol. That's your money. You want to purchase it. But government says, I have banned alcohol. No production of alcohol will be done. Now you tell me, will it limit your choice or not? Will it control what you're supposed to consume or not? Answer is simply yes. So that is a demerit associated with socialism. Now, before I go to the next one, mixed economy. In fact, India is a mixed economy. Look at both the models. Just think of this. Do you think any one model, pure model of socialism or complete capitalism, is it suitable for India? I hope you understand this. Right? Complete capitalism or complete socialism, any one of them, is it completely applicable or it is preferable for Indian economy? Answer is simply no. Completely it is not preferable. So what we have done is essentially taken the mixture of both of them. What is mixed economy? Essentially it is a mixture of both. That is the concept of capitalism as well as socialism. Now let's start. What are the features of mixed economy? Right, the production in such economy, that is owning of the resources, investment that is done, labor that is produced, etc., right, will be done by both, that is the government as well as private sector. Public sector as well as private sector, both are doing it. Solutions to the economic problems, that is who will produce it, how much will be produced, at what price it will be produced, where it will be sold, etc., will be done by both of them, government as well as private sector. Private sector has freedom, but the overall control of the economy. Remember the third statement, it's important. Private sector is allowed to participate. There is no concern regarding that. It is allowed to participate. But the overall control of the economy is always with the government. For example, sir, what do you mean by this? Let me give a very simple example. Today in the civil aviation market, private sector companies are there. Can government promote more and more private sector participation? Of course, yes. Can government completely reverse it and say only government will control civil aviation market? Can the government do that? Of course, yes. Is there any problem with this? Let me know. Ultimate control of the economy is always with the government. Right? For example, let's say, right, I'll give you one more example. Many of you are saying, sir, railways. You did not give the example of railways in the control of the government. Please understand the logic here. Railways, until very recently, only government of India had the control over railways. I hope you understand this. Until very recently, only government of India would operate railways. But if you're reading current affairs, you would know that in operation of railways, even private sector is allowed now. I'll discuss this later, don't worry. When I take up infrastructure, I will give you examples of this. In railways, now private sector is allowed. But tomorrow, can government of India announce that no, private sector will not be allowed? Only I will control everything. Of course, yes. So complete control is there with the government. Now, what are the merits? Will promote more and more production of goods and services. Right? You will be able to promote employment generation. You'll be able to promote investment. You'll be able to ensure essential goods and services such as water, such as healthcare, education, etc. will continue to be supplied in the economy. Utilization of the resources will be efficient because private sector is present here, and government will promote and protect the interest of all the people in the economy. Right? I'll give you examples. Education. Let me know. Is education being provided only by the private sector in India? I'll repeat the statement. Is education, healthcare, is it being provided by only private sector? No, but private sector is present. The reason is the government says if only private sector will provide education, healthcare, where will the poor people go? They will not be able to provide for these kinds of services. So government has continued to provide these services, right, at a very, very low cost and many of the times free of a cost to the poor people. So it is protecting the interest of all the sections of the economy. But having said so, there are certain concerns also regarding mixed economy. One, public sector is present. BSNL, Air India, examples of public sector. Don't you think, right, there is a concern regarding inefficient functioning of public sector companies? I will repeat it again. Right, in public sector, government is present. I'm sorry, in mixed economy, government is present. Government is present means public sector companies are present, which are owned by the government. So don't you think some of these public sector companies, they'll be functioning or they will continue to function inefficiently? Best example, BSNL, Air India. That is one concern. Fear of nationalization. Let me explain this. There are two terms you will come across. Please remember this. You will come across two terms. One is nationalization. One is nationalization and second one is privatization. Privatization. What is the nationalization means? The ownership will be transferred from the private sector to the government. Any difficulty in this? Nationalization, meaning what? Ownership will be transferred from the private sector to the government. I'll give you examples. Air India, not now. Air India in 1950s and 60s was nationalized. Banking sector was nationalized. Right? Or for that matter, one more example, coal mining was nationalized. What is the meaning of the term nationalization? Private sector will give away the ownership to the government. Nationalization. What about privatization? The government will transfer ownership to private sector. Government will simply sell away to the private sector. Right? Any example in the current affairs? Air India. Any difficulty in this? Let me know. Any best example in the current affairs? Air India. Air India has been privatized. It has been privatized. Complete ownership has been given to Tata company. And again, there are multiple examples. Maruti, right? BSNL, etc. There are many, many examples. Don't worry about it. So the argument is simple here. Privatization, nationalization. So when you have a mixed economy, when you have the concept of mixed economy, the private sector generally has the concerns if the government will go for nationalization. then it will basically take away the ownership from the private sector. And right, having a mixed economy also means private sector is present, wealth inequality will exist, income inequality will also exist. Right, best example, India. Don't you think in case of India there is a income inequality? I hope you understand. In case of India, there is income inequality. Yes. Is there wealth inequality? Again, the answer is yes. So these are also some of the concerns or the issues related to the mixed economy. Right? So argument is simple here: capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. India, along with many countries, I repeat, India, along with many countries, are following mixed economy. They follow mixed economic model because they are trying to take care of certain issues which are or certain advantages of capitalism as well as socialism. Done. So these are the three models, right, generally which are followed across the globe. Right, various examples I've given, features also I've given. Okay. Now let's take a break, but before that, let me address your questions. I have Byju's tablet program and also live lectures, from which I make notes. Listen to the live lectures. After that, use the reference book and make notes. Sir, is it required to read newspapers every day? My recommendation is read it. My recommendation is read it. Okay. I have read NCERTs twice. Do I need to read it again? No. Right. Are PPTs enough for exam preparation? I will never say that. I hope you understand. Are the PPTs sufficient for examination? If I say that, I'll be doing a disservice to you. Why? If you listen to me very carefully, the answer lies in the explanation itself. I said, lot of questions will come from current affairs. My dear, do you think what PPT I give you today will cover current affairs which will happen after 3 months? Just think of it. It's not possible. Okay, so right, this is static, current affairs is dynamic for you. Okay. You have said that the capital is everything which is man-made, but land is not man-made. But can it be a capital? No, land is part of land itself. For example, I've written it. In fact, I've written it in the slide. Please have a look at it. Right, the land that is available, it is by default classified under the part of land itself. It is not man-made. It will not be kept under capital. Okay. Is Nitin Singhania better or Ramesh Singh? Both are good. Both are okay. Right. Again, this is the concern that the students have, and this is right not essential at all. Read one of them. Whatever is the static portion, use it. Right. Doesn't matter whether you read this book or that book. You can read hundreds of static books. Everybody will discuss the same thing. Don't waste your time, right, in reading static books. Use one more than sufficient. Sir, what if the firm doesn't want to be nationalized? When the government decides it, it is not up to you. Government has decided it. Is NCERTs necessary? If your fundamentals are weaker, please start with NCERTs. Which current affairs should I focus upon? 15 months, 12 to 15 months before the exam. I'll repeat it. 12 to 15 months before the exam. For example, if the exam is next year May, then preferably from the February or March of this year. This would be my recommendation for covering current affairs. Factor cost for entrepreneur is for customer and factor cost for factor cost is for company. I'll repeat it. Factor cost is always for the company. Factor income is for the service provider. Now, the service provider could be a labor, service provider could be providing capital, service provider could be providing raw material, it could be anything. Okay. Done. Let's take a break now. Let's take a break. 6:45. I'll restart at 6:55. I'll restart at 6:55. Take a 10 minutes break. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, let's start. Okay, let's start. So, what we have done so far? Definition of economics, right? What's the definition? Then the division of economics into micro and macroeconomics. Then we have discussed concept of evolution of economics, that is concept of mixed economy, right? Concept of the capitalism as well as socialism. Let me continue. The idea of opportunity cost. The concept of opportunity cost, OC, opportunity cost. Now let me start with a simple example. Do not buy hard this table. This table is not at all useful for you. Right now I'm saying, just because it is there in the slide, do not buy heart it. And many of you are asking, sir, that slide, this slide. The PPT is available for you to download. Please download, right? You can use any of the slides that are there in the PPT. The PPT is already there. Use it. Now, I will start with an example. Okay, right? I'll start with an example. Imagine you have 100 rupees. Okay, imagine you have 100 rupees. Now, there are two options available to you. Only two options. Start with this. Only two options. In one option, you can take this 100 rupee, keep it in the form of a fixed deposit. Now, many of you will start typing, sir, what do you mean by fixed deposit? Fixed deposit, basically, it's a type of an investment product where you will keep the amount at the fixed time period for a fixed time period with a bank. Now let's start. So you have one option. You can keep a fixed deposit, and if you keep the fixed deposit, the bank will offer you 6% rate of interest. Second option is available to you. You can take the same 100 rupee and invest in a business. Start a new business. Start a new business. Now understand this concept carefully. Once you understand, it becomes very easy, but understand first. Imagine you started a business. Okay, imagine you started a business. Now, is it okay if I say, because you have taken the 100 rupee, you started a business, can I now say it also means you do not have 100 rupee in a fixed deposit? Any problem with this? I'll repeat it again. You have 100 rupee only. You have two options. That is, either you can keep this 100 rupee in a bank, earn a 6% rate of interest after 1 year, or you can take the 100 rupees, start a business. Now imagine, I'm saying imagine, you will take the 100 rupees, start a business. It also means you have foregone. There's a technical term now. You have foregone. Foregone means what? You have sacrificed the option where you can keep 100 rupee in the bank. Which also means, understand the next point, which also means you have sacrificed 6% rate of interest after 1 year. Second point, it also means you have sacrificed 6% rate of interest that you would have earned after 1 year. Now, let's say after 1 year that you have started a business, you have earned a 0 rupee profit. Understand the problem here. 1 year is over, you took 100 rupee, you started a business. 1 year is over, right? How much is your profit after 1 year? 0 rupee profit you have earned. Now, is it okay? Understand the logic here. Is it okay if I say you have incurred an opportunity cost of 6 rupees here? I'll repeat it again. You have incurred an opportunity cost. I'll give you the definition. Have patience. You have incurred an opportunity cost of 6 rupees. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, how? How I've incurred an opportunity cost? And second, what is opportunity cost? Look at the definition first here. I'll explain it. Look at the definition. Opportunity cost is a potential benefit or returns that are foregone or lost when one alternative is chosen over the other. In simple terms, you have two options. You will sacrifice one option, choose the other. Because you have sacrificed one option, what is the opportunity cost, right? That is the benefit you have foregone, you have sacrificed. That is called as opportunity cost. In this example that I've given here, you had two options. Option one, you can keep a fixed deposit. After 1 year, you would have earned 6 rupees. But did you choose it? Did you choose the fixed deposit option? No. What you did was, instead you took the 100 rupee, you started the business. And after 1 year, what is the profit you have earned from the business? You have earned a profit of 0 rupees, which simply means you have lost an opportunity to earn 6 rupee interest had you sacrificed the second option and chosen the first option. Any difficulty in understanding this? Rather than choosing the second option, that is to start a business, if you had chosen the first option, you would have earned a 6 rupee interest. But have you done it? No. But as a result of this, what has happened? You have earned a profit of 0. Your opportunity cost is 6 rupees, which means you have sacrificed, you have lost an opportunity to earn 6 rupees. Any problem with this example? Let me know. Any problem with this example? Let me know. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, rather than 0 rupees, right? I'll give you two situations here. Please look at this very carefully. Right, rather than this 0 rupees, what if I had earned, let's say, 3 rupees? Or not 3, let's make it 2, just so that you understand the difference. Right, rather than 0 rupees, what if the company had made a profit of 2 rupees? One situation. And rather than 0 rupees, what if the company had made a profit of 10 rupees? Let me start with the first number here. Rather than 0 rupees, what if the company had made a profit of 2 rupees? Even then, I will simply say, you could have earned 6 rupees. I hope you understand. You could have earned 6 rupees, but you have earned how much? Only 2. Can I simply say, you have lost an opportunity to earn extra 4 rupees? I'm putting in the form of statement. Let me know if you are worried about it or if you are confused about it. Rather than 0 rupees, I'm saying your company has made a profit of 2. But instead of that, if you had kept that 100 rupee in a fixed deposit, you could have earned 6 rupees. Even now, you have lost an opportunity to earn extra 4 rupees. That 4 rupee is the opportunity cost. On the other hand, let's take another example. Right, rather than keeping FD, you have invested, and after 1 year, you have made a profit of 10 rupees. You have made a profit of 10 rupees, which simply means your opportunity cost is 4, but you have earned more. I hope you understand whether it is positive or negative. Some of you are worried about positive, negative. Have patience. I will tell you. Have patience. Right? So rather than choosing to keep FD, you have invested in the business, you have made a profit of 10. Compared to 6 rupees, now you have earned extra 4 rupees. With the option that you have chosen, you have made extra 4 rupees compared to the FD. So understand the logic here. Whenever you forego certain amount of money, can I say in the first example, let me know. In the example 1, you have foregone an opportunity to earn extra 4 rupees. Is my statement okay? I'll repeat it. In example 1, that is when your company has made a profit of 2 rupees, you have foregone. Foregone means you have lost an opportunity to earn extra 4 rupees, which means your choice has cost you 4 rupees. Because you have chosen option 2, it has cost you income of 4 rupees. That is basically in that situation. Have a look at this. In that situation, we'll simply say opportunity cost is negative. In that situation, we'll simply say opportunity cost is negative. What is the meaning of negative? You had one option, you sacrificed it, you went with the second option. but the returns that you got from the second option is lesser than what returns you could have earned from the first option. Right? That is a negative opportunity cost. But in the example 2, what has happened? If you had kept the 100 rupee in the bank, you would have earned 6 rupee. But now you are earning extra 4 rupee. You are earning more than what was provided under the option 1, which means opportunity cost is positive here. Any difficulty? Opportunity cost is positive in the second example that I've written here, and opportunity cost is negative in the first example that I've written here. And have a look at this. Right? Is it always applicable? Right? I've given a very simple example here where you can get rupee in terms of returns. Is it always so easy to calculate opportunity cost? Answer is simply no. Answer is simply no. You cannot always calculate, right? You cannot always calculate opportunity cost in terms of monetary terms here. For example, rather than watching a movie, right? Have a look at this. Rather than watching a movie, you are sitting in a class, which means the satisfaction that you could have derived from watching a movie was much, much higher compared to sitting in a class, that too economics class. Or rather than going to, right, let's say play with your friends, cricket, whatever it is, you are sitting in economics class, right? Obviously there is an opportunity cost, but it is not easy to calculate in terms of money terms, right? That's a reason there is a theory called as utilitarian theory. And is it required for UPSC? Absolutely no, right? Utilitarian theory is not at all required. Do not waste your time by reading utilitarian theory. Done. So that is a basic idea. Opportunity cost means what? The amount of resources that you have are limited. Now understand the logic here. Why do we always calculate opportunity cost? The amount of resources that you have are always limited. And because there is a limited resource availability, you will have to choose one option and sacrifice the other option. Now, because you have chosen one option, sacrificed other option, what is the cost? That is the benefit or the loss that you're going to incur because you have sacrificed the other option. That is called as opportunity cost. I will also give you one more definition of this. Opportunity cost is the cost that is foregone when you forego, sacrifice the next best alternative. I'll repeat the statement here. What is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is the cost of the next best alternative, next best option that is sacrificed, that is foregone. That is a concept of opportunity cost. And there is one more term for this. Opportunity cost is also referred to as alternative cost. Alternative cost. And this is the formula for opportunity cost: return on option 1 minus return on option 2. And remember one more point here. Opportunity cost could be positive, could be negative, and could also be zero. Remember the third one here. Opportunity cost could be positive, could be negative, could also be zero. So how can opportunity cost be zero? There are certain goods which are referred to as free goods. Understand my statement here. There are certain goods which are called as free goods. Now, what do you mean by free goods? Free goods are those which are available free of a cost in nature. I'll repeat it again. Free goods are those goods which are produced by nature, which are available free of a cost for us. For example, air that we breathe, right? Or sunlight for that matter. Simple question to all of you. Do you need to pay money to somebody to breathe in air or exhale air? Inhale and exhale? Of course no. What about sunlight? Do you need to take a token, right? If you want to go outside, stand in a sunlight? Of course no. So whenever there are free goods like this, free goods again means which are there in the nature, free of a cost available to us. These free goods will have an opportunity cost of zero. right? Apart from that, everything else, there is an opportunity cost. For everything else, there is an opportunity cost. Done. This is a basic idea of opportunity cost. Another name is alternative cost. There is one more name for this, economic cost of a product, right? Which simply refers to the potential benefit or the cost that is foregone when one alternative is chosen by sacrificing one more alternative. When one option is chosen by sacrificing the next best alternative that is available to you. That is called as opportunity cost. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? Can I go to the next one? Can I go to the next one? Sir, if in the second alternative the profit is 6 rupees, then there is no opportunity cost. Then there is no opportunity cost. There also you could have earned 6. Here also you are earning 6. There is no opportunity cost. But again, right, these are basically certain hypothetical situations that you are assuming. Okay, now let me focus on two laws. And when you say, sir, I'm still confused, you tell me where you're confused. I hope you understand. You tell me where you're confused. Only then I can address your confusion. If you simply say, I'm confused. Right? I hope you understand. You simply say, I'm confused. Where? Right? You will have to be very careful when you ask these kind of questions. Please be very careful. Okay? Let's start. So next concept that I'll be discussing is two laws. One is law of demand. Law of demand. And the second one is law of supply. One is a law of demand and the other one is a law of supply. At the forefront itself, you understand this. Law of demand always focuses on the buyers or consumers in the market. Okay, the law of demand focuses on the buyers in the market. Second, the law of supply focuses on the suppliers or sellers in the market. Suppliers or sellers in the market. So law of demand focuses on buyers. Law of supply focuses on sellers or suppliers in the market. Now first, let me start with the law of demand. Now let me start with an example. Imagine you want to purchase a mobile phone. Understand the examples. Understand examples first. Right? Imagine you want to purchase a mobile phone. How many of you simply will open mobile, right? Or let's say go to a certain website and order a phone without doing any research? Let me know. How many of you, right? Imagine you already have a mobile phone, you want to purchase one more mobile phone, you will simply open the mobile, order it just like this. Right? No, generally people don't do that. Some will do that, but there are exceptions. They are not, right, Aam Aadmis. There are certain exceptions. Now, for example, sir, what will I do? There is a theory called as buying behavior, consumer buying behavior. Right? What generally happens is, you want to purchase a product. First, you will check price of the product. Yes or no? Right? If you disagree, please tell me. First, right, you will check the price of the product. Right? Even though you are preparing for UPSC, you'll you'll check for a book is what is the price tag? Is it 699, 799, 899, 13,000? What is the price? Price of the product. First thing. Second thing is, what is your income? Pocket money or income, whatever it is. What is your income? Will you check it or not? Right? For example, if the income of the person is 1 lakh, can he go and purchase, right, a product worth 5 crore rupees? No, right? Beyond the limits. So generally, first one is price of the product. Second one is income of the person. Income is also very important. Third one is very important. Price of the related goods. Price of the related goods. Now, right, what do you mean by related goods here? Let me explain this. I'll come back to this slide. I'll repeat. Let me explain this. I'll come back to this slide. Whenever you talk about related goods, Related goods are those goods where the demand for one product is related with another product. I will repeat it again. Related goods are those set of goods where the demand for one product is connected with another product. Sir, what do you mean by this? I'll give an example. Let me know whether the demand for both the products are connected or not. The concept of petrol, diesel and car. Let me know. Fuel and car, connected or not? The demand for both of them, is it connected or not? Answer is yes, by the way. You will purchase a printer. What about the ink? What about the ink for the printer? Ink and printer both are connected, related goods. Yes. So understand this concept of related goods is simple, where the demand for the products is related to one another. And the related goods, there are two types. One is a substitute good and the second one is a complementary good. There are two types of related goods. One is a substitute good and the second one is related good. I'm sorry, second one is complementary good. Now let me start with a complementary good. Complementary goods are those goods which are consumed in combination. I'll repeat the statement here. Complementary goods are those goods which are always consumed. Consumed means what? You will purchase and use them. So complementary goods are those set of goods which are always consumed in combination. For example, if you purchase a car, will you purchase petrol and diesel or not? Or petrol or diesel? Some of you will simply say, sir, no sir, I will purchase electric car. Electric car, electricity. I hope you understand the logic here. Right, so complementary goods are those set of goods which are always consumed in combination. Point one. What about substitute goods? Look at the term there, substitute. Right, this term should not be very difficult to you people. Most of you keep on watching IPL. Substitutions are done. Or sir, I don't watch IPL. I'm a fan of soccer. In that case also substitutions are done. What is the meaning of a substitute? In place of one, I will use the other. I hope you understand. In place of one, I will use the other. That is a concept of substitute. Right? For example, imagine you have gone to a restaurant. After class is over, you will go to a restaurant. Right? All of your friends, you will keep on scolding me. Arey Baba, that economics faculty, he teaches so many concepts. Those are very difficult, etc., etc. Then the waiter will come to you and ask you for order. And he will say, please get me, right? Follow this carefully. Please get me a bottle of Coke. Simply say to the waiter, please get me a bottle of Coke. And the waiter says, sorry sir, sorry ma'am, there is no Coke. Right? 7-Up is available. Or, right, let's say Pepsi is available. Now tell me, don't you think most of you will simply say, in case of this situation, if Coke is not available, give me Pepsi. Right? If you disagree, let me know. I'll give you a second example. You'll go to a restaurant. Again, most of you, not all of you. In case of a restaurant, you will go, you will ask for tea. And the manager says, right, tea is being made. It will take time, 10 more minutes. Then what you will do? In that case, instead of tea, give me coffee. Yes? So what you have done? In place of one, you have started consuming using the other. Is it not a substitute? I hope you understand this. You're not consuming both of them. I hope you understand. You're not consuming both of them. You're not mixing tea and coffee and you're drinking. Absolutely no, you're not doing that. In place of tea, you are consuming coffee. And on the other hand, a complementary set of goods, complementary, you're consuming both of them. You're combining both of them and you're consuming. Right? That's a difference between a substitute and complementary. Complementary, combination. Substitute, in place of one, something else will be consumed. Both of them are called as related goods. Both of them are referred to as related goods. Any difficulty with this? Can I go to the next point? Any difficulty? Substitutes in place of one, other. Complementary, always in combination. Now tell me, if price of tea goes up, simple question to all of you. If price of tea goes up, will you still continue to consume tea? Is the logic okay? If the price of tea goes up, will you continue to consume more and more tea? No, you will simply jump to coffee. So substitute. Right? What about the other side? Complementary set of goods. Imagine the price of printer goes up. Price of the printers will go up. Now you tell me, if the prices of the printers will go up, will people purchase more and more printers, or will the demand go down? I hope you understand the logic there. Right? Printer demand will automatically go down. If printer demand is going down, what will happen to demand for ink then? The demand for the ink will also go down. The demand for the ink will also automatically go down. Now, is the logic okay here? If the prices of the related goods, I'll repeat, prices of the related goods will change, automatically the demand in the market will also change. Any difficulty in understanding the statement? I will repeat it again. If the prices of the related goods will change, the demand will also automatically change. Only difference is, in case of complementary goods, remember this, that's the reason I'm doing arrow mark, right? Why do you think I'm putting these arrow marks here? In case of complementary goods, the price as well as the demand for complementary goods are always moving in the same direction. I'll repeat it, by heart this. In case of complementary goods, the demand and price of related goods is moving in the same direction. That is, if the price, my mistake, opposite direction. Opposite direction. If the price of the printer goes up, price of the printer goes up, the demand for ink will go down. Demand for ink will go down, opposite direction. Right? That is price as well as the demand. Whereas in this case, that is in the substitute, if the price of the tea goes up, the demand for coffee will go up. Any difficulty in understanding this? Can I go to the next one? In case of complementary goods, price as well as the demand for related goods will move in opposite direction. In substitute goods, price as well as the demand for substitute goods will move in same direction. Remember this. Please remember this. These kind of questions have been asked by UPSC. Now go back to the original discussion that we were doing. Demand for a product. Demand for a product is dependent upon the price of the product, price of the related goods. Anybody has a problem with this? Price of the related goods, income of the consumer, and finally the taste and preference of the consumer or the buyer. For example, you want to purchase a mobile phone which will provide 5G connectivity. Will you choose a Nokia 1100? Straightforward question. Very easy to understand. Right? You have a demand for a product which will provide 5G capability to you. Will you purchase Nokia 1100? Of course no. You will not do that. What is that? Your taste and preference. The taste and preference will also have an impact, right? Impact on the demand for a product in the market. So demand for a product in the market always is affected by all these factors. But out of all these factors, which is the most important one? I'll repeat it. Out of all of these factors, which is the most important one? It is the first one. Remember this. It is always the first one, price of the product. Right? It is the price of the commodity which will mainly influence whether you will purchase or not purchase a product in the market. Now, these are certain factors. What does the law of demand state? I am coming to the law of demand now. What does the law of demand state? Law of demand states that if only price of the product changes, I'll repeat the statement. Only price of the product changes, then the demand will also change, but always in opposite direction. I'll repeat the statement here. I've given a technical statement. I'm simplifying it. Only if the price of the product changes, then the demand for the product also changes, but in opposite direction. What is the meaning of this? Law of demand simply states that the price of the product and the demand for the product are inversely related. They are inversely related. What do you mean by inversely related? If price goes up, demand will go down. Right? And this already we have established. Sir, where you have established price and demand are moving in opposite direction. Please go back 2 minutes ago. In case of tea and coffee, in case of substitute goods, I asked you a very simple question. Price of tea goes up. And I asked you, if the price of tea goes up, will you continue to consume same or let's say more amount of tea? Many of you said, sir, no, I will simply shift from tea to coffee. Now you tell me, if you people stop purchasing tea and start purchasing coffee, what is happening to the demand for tea? What is happening to the demand for tea? Demand for tea is going down. So on one side, price is going up. On the other side, demand is going down. Is it not inversely proportional? Inversely related. That is, they are moving in opposite direction. They are moving in opposite direction. Price and demand are moving in opposite direction. That is what the law of demand states. Any difficulty here? Please do let me know. But more importantly, remember this carefully. First, you are changing the price. The factor which is actually changing first is price. As a result of the change in the price, demand is changing. Don't do it vice versa. I understand, right? Technically speaking, those who are from commerce background or let's say economics optional, etc., they will rejoice these kind of statements. Price is an independent factor. Demand is the dependent factor. I understand price is changing, and as a result of the change in the price, demand is changing. Don't do it vice versa, it will be wrong. Right? That is, if the demand goes down, price will not go up. Right? Apply the common sense, you will understand it. If the demand goes down, will the price go up? No. But if the price goes up, demand will go down. Price is the first factor which will change. As a result of this, demand will change. Right? That is the basic idea of law of demand. Any difficulty here? I'll tell you why this happens. You already know the answer, but I'll tell this. Why does this always happen? And again, my statement, I'll correct it. Is it applicable to all the products? Is it universal? Is the law of demand always universal? Absolutely no. In case of economics, there are always exceptions. I'll give you one exception. Let me know whether I'm correct or not. Imagine, right? Have a look at this. Imagine there is one coin that has been found from Harappan civilization, civil services, okay? Imagine there is one coin which has been found from Harappan civilization. If it is put on the block, if it is put on sales, auctioning, will the price of this coin, will it be high or not? I hope you understand this. I'm taking simple examples so that you connect to it. Will the price of this coin, will it be high or not? Of course, yes. But with the change in the price, if the price keeps on going up, will the demand go down? Think of it. Will the demand go down? No, demand will not go down. Demand will keep on increasing. Or else, I'll give you an example which most of you will understand. IPL auctioning. IPL auctioning of the players. When IPL auctioning of the players is done, how many of you seen? Price goes up, people will keep on demanding. Right? RCB wants them, Mumbai Indians will want them, right? The other teams also will want them. Right? So is it applicable in all the situations? Answer is no. But for most of the commodities, yes, law of demand is applicable. Most of the commodities, law of demand is applicable. Now, why? Right? Again, there are many more exceptions. Don't worry. I'll cover some of them. Right? Have patience. Right? Why does this actually happen? Why does the law of demand behave in this way? Please understand, some of the factors are, one, people will start substituting. Any problem with the first one? People will start substituting, right? Is it not correct? Just now we have discussed this. Tea and coffee. Tea and coffee. Price of the tea has gone up. Did you not substitute tea with coffee? Of course, yes. Right? So the buyers or the consumers in the market will start substituting the product. As a result of this, automatically the demand for tea will go down. Second reason is income effect. Consumer buying power. Income effect. What is this idea of income effect? I'll give a very simple calculation. Imagine you have 100 rupee. Imagine you have 100 rupee. Per product, right now the cost is how much? 20 rupees per unit. Can I simply write it as 20 into 5? That is the number of units you will be able to purchase at 20 rupees per unit. Any problem with the calculation? You have 100 rupee, 20 rupee per unit. How many units you will be able to purchase? 5 units. Now let's say the price of the product goes up from 20 rupees to 25 rupees. Now tell me, at the same income of, let's say, 100, how many units you can purchase? 4. So don't you think, right, automatically the purchasing power of the customers will go down with higher prices. At the same amount of money, now you will be able to purchase lesser and lesser units. So automatically the demand will go down as the prices will go up, and vice versa. That is, when the prices will go down, demand automatically goes up. But as I've told you, already mentioned, is it universally applicable? Absolutely no. It is not universally applicable, right? There are always exceptions. I've given you some of them. I'll give you some of them later. Please do not worry. Now, how is the law of demand represented? How is the law of demand represented? Please have a look at this. Price is represented along y-axis. I hope remember all of these, right? The horizontal one is written as a y-axis. Vertical one is written as y-axis, and this is written as x-axis. So along the x-axis will represent quantity, and along, right, the y-axis I'll represent pricing. Now let me ask you a very simple question. Let me see whether you can connect it or not. The graph that I've shown here, the graph that is present here, it is a downward sloping line, or it is a downward line. That is, right, towards y-axis it will be at a very high level. Towards x-axis it will be, right, again same at a very high level. This is called as a downward sloping curve. Let me ask you a very simple question. Will the law of demand, will the graph be the same for all the goods? Think of it and answer. Will it be the same for all the goods? Of course no. Can I write it this way? For IPL auctioning, can I write it this way? Let me know. Right? For IPL auctioning, can I write it exactly opposite? For the coin example that I gave you, for, let's say, paintings of Leonardo da Vinci, can I write it exactly opposite? Right? So remember this also. And the line need not always be a vertical downward line also. It can be almost a flat line. I'll give you an example. Have a look at this. It can be almost a flat line also. It can be almost a vertical line also. It varies from one class of a product to another class of a product. I understand. It varies from one class of a product to another class of product. It could have different variations. But you don't worry, most of the times, for most of the goods, it is always a downward sloping curve. It could be steeper, it could be much more, right, having a lower slope or a higher slope, etc. But generally, general law of demand representation is like this. I'll give you one more example. Think of this. Right, the best example for right, the law of demand, the exception to the law of demand is a product such as salt. Think of it and let me know. A product such as salt. How many of you believe that the demand for the salt will change with the change in the price? Let me know. How many of you believe that the demand for the salt will keep on changing with the price of the salt? Don't you think most of the time, the demand will remain almost constant? I hope you understand this, right? Because if you have seen your household, if the price of the salt decreases, right, the person who is preparing, most of the houses, either it is your spouse or your mother will not put extra salt in dal, right, and say price is low, let's consume more. And if price has increased, right, they will not stop using salt, right, which simply means what? Please remember this: the price of the salt, right, has a very little impact on the demand for the salt. Very little impact, negligible, right? The demand almost remains the same for the products such as salt. And this, can I simply say, it is nothing but example of an essential product. Example of essential product. Yes or no? Example of an essential product. So for essential products, demand does not change by a large margin. Whereas for luxury products, demand changes by a large margin. I'll come to that, don't worry, later. So this is law of a demand. Any difficulty in this? Right, can I go to the next one? Any difficulty in this? Right, that is law of demand. Okay. Next one, law of supply. Right, so what is essential product? The one that you need to consume to remain alive. In this context, the salt is an essential commodity. You need to consume it to remain alive. Food grains, essential commodity. But again, please understand, are there exceptions? There will be exceptions. I will tell you as and when the time arrives. Don't worry. Next one is the law of supply. Concept of, right, law of supply. Now, what is this? Basically, the law of supply. Right? The supply of a commodity in the market is affected by all these factors. For example, imagine you're a manufacturer. Don't buy at everything. This is my suggestion to you. Don't buy at everything. The law of supply talks about supplier. Now imagine you're a producer and supplier of this bottle. Now tell me what factors will affect your supply in the market. What factors will have an influence on how much you will supply in the market? Can I say labor cost? Simple concept, by the way. Do not buy at everything. Cost of labor will affect your supply. Cost of technology. Cost of raw material. The taxes imposed by the government. Right? If anybody else is also manufacturing this product, what is the price of this product? If there is any related commodity related to this, what is happening to the price of that product? Now tell me, will all the factors that I told you just now, will all of them have an influence over how much of the product you are supplying or not? Think of it. Simple idea, by the way. That's the reason I always tell the students, you try to complicate the subject because you are trying to by heart everything. Do not by heart everything. I will tell you what to by heart. I will only tell you what to by heart. Just make your own observations, it becomes easy for you. So if you're a supplier, technology, raw material cost, taxes imposed by the government, what is the price of this product, what is the price of the related products, etc., will have an influence over how much you're going to supply in the market. Now come to law of supply. Now come to law of supply. What does the law of supply state? If all the factors do not change, and only the price of the product changes. I'll repeat the statement. If all the other factors, sir, what do you mean by all the other factors? Taxes by the government doesn't change. Labor cost does not change. Cost of the related commodities, prices of the related commodities does not change. If all the other factors remain same, only price of the bottle changes. I hope you understand this. Everything else remains the same. Price of the bottle goes up in the market. Now you tell me, if the price of the bottle goes up from 10 rupee to 12 rupee, will you supply more or supply less? You are a manufacturer, you are a supplier. You are a manufacturer or you are a supplier. Arey Baba, think rationally. Some of you are not thinking. Nothing changes. You are selling this bottle in the market. Price of the bottle goes up from 10 rupees to 12 rupee. Will you supply more or will you supply less? You will supply more, my dear. Some of you are saying less. How? You tell me. Right? Many of you simply said, sir, I will supply less, sir. Why? Why will you supply less? Price of the bottle goes up, you will supply less, sir. No, you will supply more. Why? More the supply, more will be profit. And right, most of you have forgotten this. Most of you have forgotten this. Law of supply focuses on what? Sellers. You are a seller. If the price of your product goes up, you will supply lesser in the market. Those who think you are correct, you will supply lesser, my advice to you, don't get into business. Don't get into businesses. You will incur losses straightforward. Prices go up, you will supply more because you are earning more profit. Logic is simple. Right? Because you are earning profit, you will supply more. Right? Does it take place in the market? Of course, yes, it will happen in the market. Right? Generally, it is observed in many instances where the demand goes up, prices will start going up, suppliers will start increasing the supply. Done? Right? So this is basically what does the law of supply state. Now there is a term, ceteris paribus. Many of you are writing, sir, you have written a term ceteris paribus, you are not telling what is the meaning of it. It's a Latin word. Ceteris paribus simply means all the other factors remain unchanged. I've written it. Right? What does the ceteris paribus means? It simply means all the other factors remain unchanged. Right? They will remain same. Only the price will change. Now, is it okay if I say, in case of law of a supply, price and supply will move in same direction? Let me know. Price and supply will move in same direction in case of law of supply. And can I use one more technical term here? Price and supply are positively related. Okay? Two of you are saying no. My dear, I don't want to take the names, right? Because they will take it personally then. My dear, please have a look at it. Price is going up. And again, I'm talking by the way, law of supply. Price is going up. Supply is going up. Right? Are they not positively related? They are moving in the same direction. Directly proportional. They can use a different terminologies. Do not be confused. They are moving in the same direction. They are positively related, right? They are directly proportional. Any problem with this? Any problem with this? And in the context of law of demand, can I write the same, the argument there? In case of law of demand, right, they are, right, inversely related. They are inversely related, or they are negatively related. They are inversely related or they are negatively related. Any difficulty in law of demand and law of supply, let me know. Sir, you said price is inversely proportional to demand. My dear, in case of law of supply, am I discussing demand or supply? Why do you confuse everything? Why do you think names are different then? In case of law of demand, price and supply are directly related. I'm saying supply, you're saying, sir, but earlier you said price and demand are inversely. Both are different. Right? One is Ramesh and the other one is Suresh. What is the income of Ramesh? It is different from income of Suresh. Why are you getting confused between Ramesh and Suresh? I have to understand. I'm taking an example of 5-star chocolate now. Right? So I can understand this. One is law of demand. Price and demand inversely related. Another one is a law of supply. Price and supply are directly related. Right? So that is basically law of supply. When price increases, demand will decrease. Then what's the point of increase? Arey Baba, I'll discuss that. Have patience. I've discussed law of supply. Any difficulty only with law of supply. Don't complicate everything. Have patience. Any difficulty only with the law of demand separately. law of supply separately. I will combine both of them. You don't worry, I will do that. Okay, shall I go to the next one then? So far what we have discussed is law of supply states price and supply move in same direction. Law of demand says price and demand move in opposite direction. But, right, I'll come back to this, don't worry. Have a look at this. Have a look at this graph. What I've done is, this graph is very simple. I've taken both the supply and demand because both are taking place simultaneously in the market. Is the logic okay? I've taken both the supply curve as well as the demand curve because there is a demand, there is a supply. So until now what we have done, we have discussed law of demand separately, law of supply separately. But now what I will do, I will draw the law of a demand curve as well as a law of a supply curve simultaneously because both of them are happening simultaneously in the market. What you will observe is one line is going downwards and other line is going upwards. Please go back to your high school, not literally, mentally. Please go back to your high school. Do remember when your geometry classes were being done, the teacher would have told you whenever two lines are moving in opposite direction, they will have to cut each other at one point. They will have to intersect each other at one point. That is exactly what I'm doing here. Law of demand goes downwards. Law of supply goes upwards. Now they will have to intersect at one point. They will have to cut each other at one point. This point is called as market equilibrium point. This is called as market equilibrium point. Now what is market equilibrium point? Market equilibrium point represents a situation in the market wherein whatever is the supply is equal to the demand in the market. Focus on the discussion here. Focus on the discussion. Many of you are simply typing question. Focus first. Whatever is being supplied is equal to the quantity that is being demanded. For example, if 100 units are being supplied, 100 units are being demanded. Right? That is called as market equilibrium point. And have a look at this. Can I say that this particular point, it is representing certain price here? I hope you understand the logic here. It is representing certain price. And it is also representing certain quantity. This price, right, I'll repeat it. This price wherein supply is equal to demand is called as equilibrium price. This price where supply is equal to demand is called as equilibrium price. There is one more name for this. It is also called as clearing price. It is also referred to as clearing price. What do you mean by clearing price? Let's say for a product, let's assume, Arey Baba, example. This is a situation. There are multiple situations, right? Have patience, right? I do not understand the mentality of the students. Focus on the discussion, my dear. Imagine the price of the product is 100 rupees. You are going to supply 10 units. All the 10 units are being purchased. Can I call this 100 rupee at which price all the products are being purchased as a clearing price? Clearing means all the products will be sold in the market. Whatever you supply will be purchased in the market. Right? So whatever is the equilibrium price, it is also called as clearing price. Now come to reality. What happens in the market? Come to reality now. When I discussed a law of demand, what was my assumption? Please remember, law of demand, what was my assumption? If all the factors remain unchanged. Come to law of supply. What was the assumption? Ceteris paribus. If all the factors remain unchanged. Now you tell me, simple question to all of you. will all the other factors remain unchanged in the market? Think of it and let me know. Price of related goods, your taste and preference. You only tell me, will your taste and preference remain constant throughout your life? Of course no. Right? The taxation, cost of labor, right? Let's say the cost of other raw materials. Answer is simply no. All these factors are dynamic in nature. And what happens in reality is very simple. Because of all these factors, what will happen is there is always a mismatch between supply and demand. I repeat, because of all these factors, there is a mismatch between supply and demand. I'll give you a current affairs example. Tell me whether this happens or not. Take the example of agriculture commodities. I'll repeat it. Take the example of agriculture commodities. Tell me, if you're reading newspapers, you tell me what has happened to wheat prices in recent times. This is where your current affairs becomes applicable. What has happened to the wheat prices in recent times? Hasn't the wheat prices gone up? What has happened to the prices of pulses in recent times? What has happened to the prices of onion and tomato? How many of you are under the impression that onion prices are always fixed at 40 rupees per kg? Think of it. How many of you are under the right impression that tomato prices are always 20 rupees per kg? No. Supply changes, demand changes in the market. As a result of this, market prices will never remain at equilibrium. Either there is a very high surplus or there is a very high deficit in the market. Now there are two terms that are used. One, I said there is a very high surplus. What is the meaning of the term surplus here? Surplus simply means supply is greater than what is the demand in the market. Surplus simply means the demand in the market for a product is, let's say, 100 units, but the supply is 150 units. Now you think of it and let me know, if there is a surplus supply in the market, what should happen to market prices? What should happen to the market prices? The market prices should start coming down. And on the other hand, there could be again a deficit also. There could be again a deficit. Right? How? Right? I'll tell you why it happens also. Have patience. Deficit simply means demand is greater than supply. In this case, what will happen to market prices? Market prices will start increasing. Now come to the point here. Sir, how there is a surplus in the market? How there is a deficit in the market? Right? Have a look at this. In case of surplus situation, imagine the price of the bottle goes up. Right? Understand this. Many of you are asking what is the importance, etc., etc. Imagine the price of the bottle. Price of the bottle goes up. Until now, I was manufacturing. Now you will also see that price of the bottle is going up. Will you also not increase your supply? Let me know. Right? I'm manufacturing now. Right? I was manufacturing 100 units. Price of the bottle goes up. Will you also not start producing more and more bottles? Because it's a free market. You're also allowed to produce. Now you tell me, you're also producing, I'm also producing. What will happen to supply compared to demand? Is there a possibility of supply overtaking demand or not? Simple logic, by the way. Right? Is there a situation wherein supply will simply overtake the demand or not? Of course, yes. Right? Just a second. Supply overtaking the demand in the market. Of course, yes. And in this situation, can we keep on selling the bottle at 50 rupees, 70 rupees, 80 rupees? No, I will have to reduce the prices. That is exactly what I have written here. Any difficulty in the first situation? I will write numbers so that you understand it. Any difficulty in the first situation? Second situation, right? Let's say prices are lowered. When the prices are lower, again I'm taking one situation here. It could happen because of multiple reasons. Prices have become lower. I will reduce the supply. you will also reduce the supply, right? And let's say some of the companies will shut down. As a result of this, there could be a situation wherein supply becomes lesser than the demand for the commodities in the market. Now you tell me, if the supply suddenly becomes lower than the demand in the market, right, is it not a deficit of supply? Earlier it was a surplus of supply, now it is a deficit of supply. What will happen to market prices? Market prices will start increasing. This is exactly what happens in the market. This is what happens in the market, right? Again, think of the current affairs. You will get multiple examples. Think of the current affairs. Can you attribute the same thing with civil aviation market now? Think of this and let me know. Can you attribute the same thing with the civil aviation market? If you're reading current affairs, you will understand all of these very easily. With one company going for, right, basically going for insolvency, what has happened? The demand is already high, supply has become lesser. Now, if you have tried to book aeroplane tickets now, recent times, you will see price of the tickets have gone up. Prices of the tickets have actually gone up, right? But on the other hand, let the summer season be over, because during the summer, again, there is a logical argument to this. During summer season, people travel. I hope you understand. People travel. There's a very high demand for air travel. And at that point of time, suddenly the supply has gone down. But on the other hand, let the summer season be over. Let the schools restart. In that particular case, demand for tourism will go down, right? And right, let's say Go Air again will start providing services. Supply has increased, demand has gone down. Now you tell me what will happen to ticket prices. I hope you understand the argument. Argument is very simple: supply and demand. Always focus on supply and demand, right? So this is exactly what happens in the market, right? Some of you are saying, sir, but you're saying like this, but you're saying like this. Now, is the logic okay with all of you? Supply and demand both are equally important. Yes, demand is very important, no doubt. Demand will determine what is going to be supplied in the market. But changes in both the supply and demand will have an impact on prices of the commodities. Okay, right? So this is basically the idea of a market equilibrium. Can I go to the next one now? Arey Baba, understand the basics first, no? Sir, you are boring me, right? Take question. Have patience. If you can't have patience for 3.5 hours, then imagine you want to become IS officer, serve people, right? How? Have always patience. Okay, done. Market equilibrium, this is the basic concept. And right, this is associated with the law of demand as well as law of supply. Law of demand, right? In most cases, I've told you general representation also, they will show it. Law of demand is downward curve. And the law of supply is always, right, upward curve, right? It is moving upwards, right? Same, y-axis it is prices, x-axis it is quantity being supplied, right? So law of demand, law of supply, market equilibrium. Can I go to the next now? Any difficulty so far? Can I go to the next concept? Now, when I ask you any difficulty, now you are supposed to type if there is a doubt. Are there exceptions? I will tell you exceptions. Have patience. Can we use the graphs? Yes, you can use the graphs. Okay, done. Now, are there any exceptions to this? Let's start. Right, these are some of the exceptions for both the law of demand as well as law of supply. First one, are the substitutes available or not available? Right, think of this. Are the substitutes available or not available? If available, how easily they are available? Don't you think that will have an impact on, right, how quickly you can substitute one product with another product? Right, have a look at this. Imagine you'll go to a restaurant. Okay, imagine you'll go to a restaurant. You will ask for a tea. Right, they will simply say, tea, it will require 5 minutes to be made. You'll order for tea. They will simply say, we'll give you tea. Just wait for 5 minutes. Then suddenly you will apply law of substitution and you will simply say, then give me coffee. Give me coffee. Right, and the manager says, okay, I'll give tea, I'll give you coffee, but you'll have to wait for 8 minutes. Now tell me, Will any one of you substitute tea with coffee? I hope you understand. This is as simple as I can make it. Right? You want to have tea, but the manager says 5 minutes, sir, I will give it. Then you will apply substitution, you'll order for coffee, they'll say 8 minutes. Now can I simply say availability of substitution is more difficult? Right? Simple application of knowledge here. Availability of substitute is more difficult. So you'll still stick with tea only. Right? Again, I'll give you one more example here. Imagine there is a patient, right, who needs to take drugs on day-to-day basis. Again, when I say drugs, I'm talking about medicines. In the class, again my class, whenever I'm talking about drugs, I simply refer to it as a medicine. By default, take it as a medicine. Do not think of, let's say, any other product in the market. Absolutely no. Just stick to medicines only. Now, let's say there is a patient who on day-to-day basis requires drugs. If the price of the drugs goes up, do you think the patient will reduce the consumption of the drugs? Think of it. Apply the basic idea. Right? It cannot be done. It cannot be done. Why? This is very much essential for the consumer. Very much essential. Right? So whether the good is essential or non-essential, whether the substitutes are easily available or not, what is the impact on the budget? Right, sir, what do you mean by the budget here? Right, I will give you an example. I'll give an example, and just observe this in the class, in the home. In case of, right, let's say your household, imagine the price of onion goes up. Right, I hope you understand. Price of onion goes up. Now, do you think immediately in your house consumption of onion will go down? Think of this. Right, I hope you understand my argument here. Immediately in your house, will the consumption of onion go down? Answer is no. If you say yes, then you have not made an observation. Answer in this case, immediately it will not go down. I'll tell you why. Just ask your parents, whoever is involved in purchasing of all of this, no? Just ask. What they will say is, price of onion no doubt has gone up, but I am able to save on one more product where prices have gone down. It could so happen that price of the onion has gone up, but at the same point of time, the price of tomatoes has gone down. So what your parents will do is, somewhere the prices have gone up, somewhere the prices have gone down, right? Jugaad kar denge. That is basically we'll try to adjust it. I hope you understand this. Right here 10 rupee it has gone up. Here let's say by 8 rupees it has gone down. We'll somehow try to adjust, right? I'll try to nullify there itself. But if it continuously remains the same, that is elevated prices. I hope you understand. If it continuously remains the same, that is at elevated, higher prices, no doubt your parents will say, in the same amount of income, I will not be able to purchase same quantity. Right? So what I will do? The moment I realize, as a consumer, the moment I realize that it is affecting my budget, budget means my overall expenditure, I will reduce my consumption. Is it okay? Can I go to the next one? What is the impact on the budget? What is the impact of the price rise on the overall expenditure? If the overall expenditure does not change by much, I will continue to consume same quantity. But if I cannot manage within the same amount of money, I will cut down my consumption. If you do not trust me, ask your parents today itself, you will realize it. Next one, goods which have shorter shelf life. Goods which have shorter shelf life. Now, what do you mean by shelf life here? In simple terms, shelf life is expiry date. In simple, shelf life is expiry date. For example, many of you, I'm pretty sure, you are sitting with a packet of biscuits or a chocolate bar or, right, I hope so, cold drink bottle in front of you, right, a biscuit packet, etc. Now, if you look at any of those products, you will see expiry date on the products. Either you will see expiry date or you will see best before a date. What is that? This is called as a shelf life. This is called as shelf life. Now, why this is very much relevant? Apply this concept of having a very short shelf life in agriculture sector. Apply this concept of having a very short shelf life in the agriculture sector. Imagine you're a farmer. You have cultivated certain crop. Let's assume, right, vegetables. Let's assume vegetables. Now you want to take the vegetables, sell it in the market. Now you realize that market prices have gone down. Market prices have gone down. Now, how many of you will reduce the supply to the market? And think of this, these are vegetables. These are vegetables. This is not rice. This is not wheat. It is not any other commodity, right? These are vegetables or green leafy vegetables. Hara dhania, simple terms. How many of you will look at the lower market prices and you will reduce your supply to the market? If you are of the viewpoint that, yes, sir, I will reduce my supply, my dear, how many days can you keep these vegetables in your home? Where will you, right, basically keep these? You cannot store it for more than 1 day or 2 days. After that, the quality will be lost, right? So what will happen is, in agriculture sector, specifically in agriculture sector, where the output has a very, very shorter shelf life, you will continue to supply them. Even though the prices are changing, you'll continue to supply them, right? Do you think law of supply is applicable here? As a farmer, you will look at the law of supply curve. Prices have gone down, so I will reduce my supply. I will store more and more of these green leafy vegetables with me. No, that doesn't work out, right? It will never work out because they have a very short shelf life. Next one, very rare articles such as coins and paintings. We have discussed this, by the way. Coins, paintings, salt, etc. These are not going to adhere to the concept of law of demand and law of supply. These are always exceptions. What about future expectation? This is a very peculiar behavior. I have to understand this. This is a very, very peculiar behavior. Future expectation. Now, follow this example and I'll ask you a question after that. Imagine you go to market today. The price of Nimbu, and this is an example, Nimbu, Limbu or lemon, whatever you want to call it as. You go to the market, price of lemon has increased by 3 rupees compared to last week. Price of lemon has actually increased by 3 rupees. Next one, right? Have a look at this. Next one, after 1 week, you will go to market again. You want to purchase lemon again. Price again has increased by 4 more rupees. Now think of this and answer. Will you not purchase more lemon today, fearing that next week prices will be much higher or not? I hope you understand the logic here. Will you not think like this? Last week I came, prices had increased by 3 rupees. This week again I've come, prices have further increased by 4 rupees. By next week they will increase by 10 rupees. So what I will do? I'll purchase more now. Right? This generally happens. Now tell me, with the prices going up, what is happening to demand? I hope you understand. With the prices going up, what is happening to demand? Demand is also increasing. Can I give you an example? Just keep an eye on how much onion your parents will purchase. If you are purchasing onion or your parents are shopping for onion, they are purchasing from the market, just keep an eye on it. When you will realize that price of onion has started increasing by 2 rupee, 3 rupee, 4 rupee, your parents will purchase more onion. Right? Their argument is, in the last 1 month, they have increased by 10 rupees. Next month, they might increase by 20 more rupees. So I will try to cut my losses right now. I will purchase it, store, and continue to use it. Does it happen or not? Just think of this. Does it happen in real life? Yes, it happens. That is basically future expectations. What might happen in the future regarding the prices will drive our behavior today. It will simply drive what we consume, what we purchase from the market today itself. That is basically called as future expectations. Done? Right? Again, there are so many exceptions. Don't worry. Right? You're basically saying, sir, it can be found here, it can be found there, etc., etc. Of course, yes. Of course, yes. There are multiple examples. For example, many of you are saying, sir, same can be told about gold. Yes, of course, yes. Right? During festivals, many of your houses you must have seen. Right? There is a particular festival when the price of the gold will spike up. So fearing that, today itself your parents will go to the gold shop, purchase gold today. Does it happen or not? Yes, it happens. Okay, right. So certain exceptions are there always for the law of demand, law of supply. Okay, this is exceptions regarding demand and supply curve. Now let me go to the concept of movement along the curve and a shift of the curve. Movement along the curve, shift of the curve. Does future expectation apply to all commodities? No, my dear, it doesn't apply to all the commodities. There are certain commodities where future expectations will apply. I'll give an example. How many of you will go to the market to purchase, let's say, more and more soap today, right? Assuming that the prices will go up tomorrow? No, it doesn't apply for all the commodities. For some of the commodities, yes, and there is a reason for it. The reason is that the prices of these commodities are very volatile. Volatile in the sense, within a short time period, prices will go up, fall down, go up, fall down. Only in such cases, right? Only in such cases, right? Basically, you will see the concept of the future expectations, and not in all the cases. Okay, done. Shall I go to the next concept? Any other difficulty here? Fifth, I'm not able to understand. What is fifth here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My dear, we have discussed this. I gave you example of Harappan civilization coin. I gave you example of IPL auctioning. I gave you example of Leonardo da Vinci's painting. The prices of these will keep on increasing. Demand will not come down. Demand also will keep on increasing. Okay. Okay. Next concept is the idea of movement along the curve and the shift of the curve. Okay, movement and a shift of the curve. Understand the difference. These are very, very technical terms. Let me simplify it. Follow the discussion. This is advice to all of you. Follow discussion always. Now let me start with shift of the curve. Let me start with shift of the curve. First and foremost, I will tell you how the graphs are drawn. Is it required for UPSC? Absolutely no. Right? Is this concept of how to draw the curve, is it required for UPSC? Absolutely no. But I want to use it. That's the only reason I'm going to tell you how the graphs are drawn. For that, again, you'll have to go back to high school. Point number 1. How these graphs are drawn. Please look at the right side of the table. Slide. Please look at the right side of the slide. Can everybody see a table here? I'm rounding off so that you understand what I'm actually referring to. Can everybody see a table here? There's a table. What's a table called? This is called as a demand schedule. Again, is it needed for UPSC? Absolutely no. This is called as a demand schedule. Right? That is at different prices, what is the demand for the commodities? At different prices, what is the demand for the commodities? That is called as a demand schedule. In simple terms, let's assume the price of the product is 30. Demand will be 160 units. Price of the product moves up to 40 rupees. Demand will change to 140 units. Price will fall to 20 rupees. Demand will change to 180 units. So at different price levels, what is the demand? I'm going to record. This is called as demand schedule. Is the logic okay? At different prices, what is the demand? I will have a record. This is called as a demand schedule. Should you by heart this? Should you remember the table? Not at all needed. Please don't waste your time. But what is the use of this table? I will use the table to draw the demand curve. Very simple. I will use the table to draw the demand curve. For example, please go back to your high school here. How do you draw a curve? Right, basically first you will draw the x-axis as well as the y-axis. Then basically you have certain prices. I hope you remember the table. You have certain prices. You also have certain demand. So along x-axis you will write demand, right? And along y-axis you will draw the prices, right? So what you will do, at price 1, how much is right the demand? At price 2, how much is the demand? Price 3, how much is the demand? Price 4, how much is the demand? You will connect all the dots, you will get a demand curve. Is it okay? Done? Now, many of you are asking, why are you drawing the graph? It's waste of time. I will tell you, there is a reason. Have patience. Trust the faculty. Have patience. Imagine this is the price 30 rupees. Price is 30 rupees. The demand, let's say I'll take the previous table only. Price 30 rupees. Demand is 160 units. Demand is 160. Follow this very carefully now. This is the reason I have drawn the graph. The price does not change. I repeat, the price does not change. Meaning what? In this case, at this point, I'm assuming price is 30 rupees. Price remains 30 rupees only, but the quantity, how many units we are willing to purchase, the demand will change from 160 to, let's say, 180 units. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, how is that possible? Right? I'll repeat the statement here. Let me know if you have a doubt right now. Price does not change, 30 rupees only, but the demand will change from 160 units to 180 rupees. How is that possible? Is it okay if I say, if your income increases, the demand might change like this? Let me know. If your income changes, the demand will also change like this. What about your taste and preference? What about taste and preference? Can the taste and preference change as a result of this? Demand also change? Of course, yes. Can the price of related goods change as a result of which demand change? Of course, the answer is H. So remember this very carefully now. Price is not changing, but the demand is changing. Now tell me, at 30 rupees, earlier at 30 rupees, the demand was how much? 160 units. Now the demand will become 180 units. Can I simply say this point will shift? I repeat, this point will shift towards the right at this point. Any disagreement, any confusion, let me know right now. Right, the point will shift from this position to this position. Now, will the same thing happen at 40 rupees? Of course, yes. The demand will shift from this point to, let's say, this point. Will the same thing happen at, let's say, 20 rupees also? Yes, right? The point will shift from here to, let's say, here. And can same thing happen, right? Let's say at 10 rupees also, where the demand was earlier here. Now the demand will get shifted to this point. Now connect all the dots. I hope you understand why I was actually drawing the curve. Now connect all the dots. What will happen if you connect all the dots? Now new demand curve will become like this. Can I call this as shift of the curve? Think of this and let me know. Can I call this as shift of the curve? And second point, can I call this as right shift of the curve? Or the curve has shifted to the right. Again, I'll repeat it. Those who are saying, I hope you understand. Those who are saying, please follow this very carefully. 160 is in the right side, 180 will be in the left side. My dear, right? It will start from 0 here. 160 will be here. Automatically 180 I will have to draw to the right side only. I cannot shift to the left. I hope you remember the concept of 0, origin. This is origin. And any increase I'll have to go to the right only always. I cannot go to the left. I'll repeat it again. Understand this very carefully. That's the reason I said focus on how I draw the curve first. First, I have a demand schedule. And what I've done, right, have a look at this. In the demand schedule, I've got at different prices, what is the demand for commodities? Okay, demand in for different commodities. At 20 rupees, if I want to draw it here itself, let's assume these are the prices and demand. Okay, let's use this only. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, 2, 3, 4 and let's assume the last one at the corner, fifth one. That will be how much? 100, 120, 140. I'll start from 100, 120, 140, 160, 180. And the prices will be 20, 30, 40, 50 and 60. I'll start again. Follow this carefully. Assume you are here at 40 rupees and the demand is 140 units. This is the point. Now I am saying price does not change. Price remains the same. But the demand will change. You'll ask me, sir, how is that possible? If price is not changing, how does demand change? I said, what if your income changes? What if income changes? Imagine your income was, let's say, 1,000 rupees. Now it will become 10,000 rupees. Now tell me, at the same price of 40, will you purchase more quantity or not? Of course, yes. In the same way, at 30 rupees, again the new point will be here. At 20 rupees, the new point will be here. Right? At 50 rupees, the new point will be here. And at 60 rupees, the new point will be here. So you connect all the dots. What you get is a shift in the curve. And what you need to observe are two very important points here. Two very, very important points. Point number one, the shift can happen either to the right or to the left. In this example, right, we can see the curve has shifted to the right. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty here? In this case, the demand curve has shifted to the right. And second very important point, prices are not changing. Prices will remain same. Prices in this case are not changing. Right? Prices will remain constant, but the curve will shift to the right or shift to the left because other factors are changing. This is called as shift of the curve. Right? This is called as shift of the curve. Now, right, let me ask you a question. Can we apply the same logic to supply curve? Again, you don't have to learn all of this. You need to focus only on the shift, concept of shift, that's it. Can we apply the same logic to supply curve? Can the supply curve also shift to the left and right? That is more important for you. Remember that. So curves both, right, the demand curve as well as supply curve can either shift to the left, shift to the right. But what is more important here? Prices of the commodity will not change. At the same price, demand will change. At the same price, demand will change because other factors are changing in demand curve, and in supply curve, prices does not change, but other factors affecting supply are changing. This is called as shift of the curve. Rightward shift, leftward shift. Now, one more last concept. After that, I'll take up questions. Then we'll stop the discussion. Second, there is a concept called as movement along the curve. Understand this very carefully. There is a term called as movement along the curve. Now, what do you mean by movement along the curve? Please understand the logic here. Imagine you are at this point. Let's start. Imagine you are at this point. That is, price is 40. Demand is how much? 140 units. Okay, price is 40. Demand is how much? 140. Let's assume this is price is 40. demand is 140. Now price will change. Now price will change. Price will either go up to 50 rupees or fall to 30 rupees. I hope you understand. In the earlier example, prices did not change. Price remains the same. But now price will change. Nothing else will change. Everything else will remain same. So price will change from 40 to 30 or let's say 40 to 50. Now you are at this particular point. Can I simply say this is point L? Now if the price will shift from 40 to 30 rupees, I repeat, price will shift from 40 to 30 rupees. Can I say, please look at the graph. Can I say you will move down on the line from point L to point N? I will repeat it again. Understand this carefully. If price of the commodity comes down from 40 rupees to 30 rupees, 40 rupees to 30 rupees, you will move from point L to point N. Any problem? 40 rupees to 30 rupees, you will have to go down. And some are saying you will have to go up. No, my dear, you will have to go down because this is the origin. First you will get 30, then you will get 40. Second, if price will go up from 40 rupees to 50 rupees, you will move up on the curve. On the line, you will go up to point M. Any difficulty here? Right, you are at point L. Either you will move from point L to point N, or you will move up from point L to point M. Can I say that whether you are at L, M, N, or let's say even P, Q, S, T, etc., you will always be on the line. I'll repeat it again. Whether you are at point L and you move from the point L to point M, or from L to N, you will always be on the same line. This is basically called as movement along the curve. Right? Any difficulty here? This is called as movement along the curve. That is basically you are going above in the line, or you are going to higher level on the line, or you are falling to lower level again on the line. Right? That is the reason this is called as concept of movement along the curve. Remember this, movement is always because of change in the price. I repeat, movement is always because of change in the price. And in the context of shift of the curve, it is because of change in non-price factor. Non-price, that is any other factor apart from the price. That is basically the idea of a shift of the curve. Second one is movement along the curve. Again, same logic can be observed even in case of law of supply. Right, so this is a shift of the curve and movement along the curve. And last point, please remember this, whenever you're talking about shift of the curve, the technical term that you use is basically increase or decrease. Last point, by the way, whenever you talk about shift of the curve, you basically use the term increase or decrease. And when you talk about movement along the curve, you use the term contraction and expansion. Contraction and expansion. Right? In the context of, let's say, movement along the curve, can I simply say price has expanded from 40 rupees to 50 rupees. Demand has contracted from 140 to 120 units. I'll repeat it again. In case of movement along the curve, price has expanded from 40 rupees to 50 rupees. The demand has contracted from 140 units to 120 units. So movement, you always use the term contraction, expansion. Whereas in the context of shift of the curve, you use the term increase or decrease. The prices will remain same, but because of, let's say, increase in your income, there could be increase in the quantity of goods demanded, right, etc., etc. Right? So that is basically the concept of movement along the curve as well as shift of the curve. Okay, now this is where we'll stop the discussion today. If you have any questions, do let me know. And that's the reason many of you are asking, how is that possible? The points are moving from L to M and L to N. That is the precise reason I showed you how the plotting is done. I hope you understand these points L, M, and N. Right? Basically, these are the 3 points. Right? This happens because you don't listen to the lecture very carefully. How do you get point M? You think of it. How do you get point M? I've taken 30 rupee and 160 units. I've plotted this. Right? I've taken 40 rupees and 140 units. I've plotted this. I've taken 50 rupees and 120. I've plotted this. First you plot. Then when the prices will change, automatically you will go up along the line or you will move down along the line. Right? Basically, the demand will also change because the price is changing. That is contraction and expansion. Okay. Okay. If onion prices and tomato prices both goes up, not always, right? It varies from one situation to another situation. Okay. What is your name? My name is Sham Kagod. Okay. Shifting of the curve does apply to law of supply as their only price changes, not other factors. My dear, in case of shifting of the curve, price does not change. Right? Listen to me very carefully. Shift of the curve, price does not change. Price remains the same. Okay. Sir, I'm making running notes. The problem with making running notes is you'll not be able to make everything. You'll be getting confused. You will mix up this with that, with this, etc., etc. Okay. What is right between nationalization and privatization? There is no universal answer to that. It depends on what is the situation, which economy you are following, right? What you want to achieve, etc., etc. Again, we'll discuss privatization separately. We'll discuss. Don't worry. Prices of shares can be an example of future expectation, not always, but let's say in certain situation. For example, Adani. If you've read about it, that basically you know what is expected from future expectations there. Shift of the curve determined by other factors except price? Yes. Right. Shift of the curve, other factors. Right. Whereas, right, the movement along the curve, only price. Give PDF in advance. I believe the PPTs are uploaded in advance. Only annotated PPTs are uploaded after the class is over. Who controls the mixed economic model? Control. The most important control is always with the government in the mixed economy. Types of goods tomorrow. Don't worry. Types of goods will be tomorrow. Sir, I'm not able to understand market equilibrium. Please remind me at the beginning of the class tomorrow. Okay. Sir, what about questions in the previous year? My dear, there are questions. Don't worry. Right. So have a look at this. There are questions. Right. After the class is over tomorrow, we'll discuss questions. Please don't worry. What is a curve? Curve is basically representation of line. It's a line representation of various points. Again, these are high school questions. What is a curve? Right? What is a graph? What is x-axis? What is y-axis? No. Okay, please leave. You can leave. I'm just addressing questions which have been asked by the students. Equilibrium point, again, I told you, please remind me tomorrow. I cannot start explaining equilibrium point right now. It will take at least 5 minutes. Okay. Done then. Okay, so we'll stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow, again, same time, 5 p.m. I'll start. Okay, I'll start sharp at 5 p.m. Okay, see you tomorrow. Again, same at the same point of time. We'll take it up. Okay, I'll take it up the discussion from the slide that I've stopped. Basically, after the shift as well as right the movement along the curve. Okay.